Chapter 1323. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race repeatedly praised Zhao Feng's performance. He was a doctor, had the eye of the samsara of life, was skilled in escaping, and had an extremely high level of attainment in eye bloodline techniques. If they hadn't heard that ancient god floating spirit had taken a liking to Zhao Hui, they might have taken him as a disciple. The other spiritual race disciples were rather envious, especially Jean Kuan, who was extremely depressed. Even though they were ancient god disciples, they were still inferior to a rank 3 true god. Moreover, Zhao Hui truly was very powerful. In the future, he might become as dazzling as Zhao Feng. The geniuses of the spiritual race truly are powerful. Today's sparring will end here. Elder Tao loudly said. He was truly afraid that the demon-faced elder would insist on continuing the sparring. Following that, under Black Devil Peak's arrangements, the spirit race's people settled in an excellent place that was rich in heaven-earth yuan qi. The spiritual race's primary mission this time was to trade with Black Devil Peak, which would take at least 1 or 2 months. On the edge of Black Devil Peak's territory was a forbidden land called the Arctic Abyss. This place was plagued by icy storms year-round and was inhabited by powerful ice-type Yao gods. If an ordinary rank 2 or 3 true god ventured deep into this place, they would definitely die. Moreover, the Arctic Abyss was bottomless, and the deeper one went the colder it got. Not even a rank 4 true god would be able to endure it. But in one of the walls of the Arctic Abyss, there was another world. It's someone from Black Devil Peak. A tall figure with black golden bull horns on his head took out a communication token. News of Zhao Feng. After reading the message, the golden horn man immediately used a secret art to communicate with the others. Soon, a black figure arrived at the scene. Ancient God Bull Devil, what news is it? The newcomer was none other than Ancient God Profound Devil. The spiritual race has a rank 3 true god who is suspected to have an extremely close relationship with Zhao Feng in the trade with Black Devil Peak. Ancient God Bull Devil truthfully replied. Ancient God Profound Devil fell into thought. They had not reported the specifics of the mission, especially regarding Zhao Feng, to their superiors. Instead, they relied on their authority to gather intelligence on Zhao Feng. This was because they still harbored some selfish motives, wanting to obtain the many treasures in Zhao Feng's possession, such as the supreme quality divine artifact, the space-time robe. Let them send someone to keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, make a move. Ancient God Profound Devil thought for a few moments before speaking. The rank 3 true god and the upper echelon members of the spiritual race were together, so they could not recklessly attack. Ancient God Profound Devil, if the secrets on Zhao Feng can attract the attention of the higher-ups, then even with the protection of an ancient god of the spiritual race, we can still capture that rank 3 true god. Ancient God Bull Devil gave Ancient God Profound Devil a profound look. Ancient God Profound Devil's group hadn't accomplished much on their last mission, but they had been extremely lucky to capture a Heaven's legacy cat and were instead rewarded. However, Ancient God Bull Devil discovered that the eye bloodlines of Ancient God Profound Devil and the others had become abnormally weak. They spent many contribution points to buy resources to recover their eye bloodlines. Not long after they returned, they asked the intelligence organization to carefully investigate Zhao Feng. Thus, Ancient God Bull Devil guessed that there was more to this than met the eye. Yes, I know. Ancient God Profound Devil replied and then left. If they succeeded in capturing Zhao Hui, they would deal with this matter themselves. Otherwise, he would report the matter of Zhao Feng to his superiors. Black Devil Peak. Zhao Feng and Zhao Hui both entered the space-time robe to cultivate Year Ring wood. Zhao Feng took out a round piece of ancient wood. He had obtained this from the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race. Year Ring wood was a precious cultivation resource that contained time and tent. It was also an excellent material for crafting space-time divine artifacts. Within the space-time robe, 10 days was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Zhao Feng quickly used up all the energy in the year ringwood. I've reached level 4 in time intent. A look of joy appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Time intent was the most difficult of all the intents that Zhao Feng controlled. Once I reach level 5 in time intent, I can even change the time energy of this dimension, giving me even more time to cultivate. Right now, 10 days in the space-time robe was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. When the time came, perhaps 20 days would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. This would all depend on how well Zhao Feng used time intent. But time intent was too difficult to comprehend, and Zhao Feng had long ago reached level 6 in his other intents. Only the time profound meaning was hard to improve even with the best cultivation treasures. It's time to go out and scout for information. Zhao Feng softly said. Zhao Hui left the space-time robe dimension. Black Devil Peak's trading district was a place for Black Devil Peak disciples to trade, and information was a popular trade. But the moment he arrived, Zhao Feng sensed something strange. Someone's following me. Although Zhao Feng was hiding in his interspatial dimension, he could use Zhao Hui's soul to sense his surroundings. The moment he noticed that someone was following him, Zhao Feng focused his senses and grasped the cultivation and appearance of the two. Why would Black Devil Peak send people to keep an eye on Zhao Hui? Zhao Feng was extremely confused. Was it because Zhao Hui had defeated True God, Cloudbreaker in their previous spar? No matter how stupid Black Devil Peak was, they wouldn't target Zhao Hui just because of that. In addition, Zhao Hui was in Black Devil Peak's territory, so they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, Black Devil Peak would have to take responsibility. However, being stared at by someone made him feel a little uncomfortable. In the next few days, the moment Zhao Hui left the main peak, it wouldn't be long before he was followed by these two. These two didn't dare to go too far and only lingered around the main peak, lest the upper echelon of the spiritual race discover them. These two are only targeting Zhao Hui. Let's see what their goal is. Zhao Feng quietly said to himself. After a few days of searching, Zhao Feng realized that he was the only one being followed. The other members of the spiritual race were completely fine. He very much wanted to know why Zhao Hui was being followed. One day, Zhao Hui left Black Devil Peak's territory of his own accord and began to fly toward a sparsely populated area. He didn't get very far before the two following him began to rapidly close the distance. Who's there? Zhao Hui suddenly turned his head and bellowed. Two black figures flew toward Zhao Hui at high speed, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Both of them were rank 4 true gods, and they were both very powerful. It seemed like they had come prepared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two each took out an array flag, which immediately began to erupt with pitch-black, demonic flames that completely sealed off the surrounding area for tens of thousands of li this way. Even if you're skilled at escaping, you won't be able to get away. One of the tall men said in a low voice, Big brother, hurry and go before anything unexpected happens. The other man, who was slightly shorter, immediately shouted and directly attacked. Just to capture me? A hint of doubt appeared in Zhao Hui's mind. If these two had come to kill him, Zhao Feng would have immediately captured them and searched their souls. But these two were actually here to capture Zhao Hui. You're quite bold to dare attack a spiritual race disciple. Zhao Hui bellowed as he used a secret flight skill to dodge the short man's attack. I'm ancient god floating spirit's disciple. If he finds out, you're doomed. Zhao Hui incessantly tried to provoke the pair, but they gave him no reply. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Hui activated his eye of samsara and used an eye bloodline technique to attack one of them. But this person was already prepared. He took out an average-quality defensive divine artifact and blocked the eye bloodline technique. Zhao Hui quickly showed signs of running out of divine power. Demon Destruction Hand. The tall man fired off a pitch-black and sinister pillar of light at Zhao Hui. At the same time, the other person swiftly approached Zhao Hui. With a wave of his hand, he took out a golden thorn whip and bound it around Zhao Hui. This thorn whip was stained with poison that could paralyze Zhao Hui's body and extract his divine power. Just like that, Zhao Hui was captured by the pair. Let's go! After capturing Zhao Hui, the pair did not return to Black Devil Peak, but instead flew off in another direction. Take me to the person behind the curtains. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng softly chuckled. 3 days later, 2 more people appeared in front of the pair. These 2 were both ancient gods, and one of them was young Master Hai. Young Master Hai, why do you want to capture me? Zhao Hui roared. You think too highly of yourself. Even if you defeated true God Cloudbreaker, you're still nothing to me. Young Master Hai snorted as he put Zhao Hui back into his interspatial dimension and left with the other ancient god. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. Just now he had almost revealed himself and planned to capture these 2 ancient gods, but young Master Hai's words had stopped him. It seemed like the person who wanted to deal with Zhao Hui was someone else, and this person was definitely not simple. Young Master Hai had actually run errands for him. Could it be? Zhao Feng seemed to think of something, and his eyes flashed. Swish! An ancient bronze coin appeared in his hand, glimmering with starlight. It's this direction. Zhao Feng's expression flickered in shock. At this moment, young Master Hai's group was flying in the same direction as the bronze coin. It's impossible for my identity to be exposed. Zhao Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. If his true identity had been exposed, young Master Hai would not have said those words. This also meant that the other party's target was Zhao Hui, but this was perfect. Zhao Hui was only a rank 3 true god, so his guard should be very low, making it extremely easy for Zhao Feng to sneak in. Although I still haven't gathered enough information, I can only adapt to the situation. Zhao Feng split off a part of his mind to control Zhao Hui's soul so that he could observe the outside world. The other part of his mind was focused on cultivating and increasing his strength so that he could deal with the unknown dangers that awaited him. Half a year passed within the space-time robe. The Chaos Heaven Void origin technique had made some progress, and Zhao Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of rank 7. He had also gained a thorough understanding of the combat skills of the 2nd level of the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique. In the outside world, young Master Hai and Zhao Hui arrived in the vicinity of the Arctic Abyss. After entering a secret area, the concealment array in front of them suddenly withdrew, revealing a teleportation array. After activating the teleportation array and seeing Zhao Hui's body vanish, young Master Hai and Zhao Hui cautiously left. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, arrived in a very dark dimension. There were several figures in this dimension, and one of them was standing in front of Zhao Hui. Ancient God, Profound Devil. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng called out in alarm. On the other hand, Zhao Hui had a look of terror and helplessness on his face. Chapter 1324. I was the one who had someone capture him. Ancient God, Profound Devil called out, and then he took Zhao Hui and left. After leaving this gloomy dimension, Ancient God, Profound Devil appeared in a wide and circular metal passage. This passage extended in all directions, and some of the important entrances and exits required identification. After a little while, Ancient God, Profound Devil entered a secret chamber and threw Zhao Hui out. Don't tell me that you don't know Zhao Feng. Ancient God, Profound Devil's eyes were tinged with anger, and the pressure of an ancient god began to press forward. Zhao Hui was only a rank 3 true god, and under this pressure he felt like he was suffocating and unable to move. "I know." Zhao Hui's voice trembled, his face stricken with fear and panic. Ancient God, profound devil's eyes flashed with joy. "Then obediently tell me everything." Ancient God, profound devil's energy surged. A savage black ghost head slowly condensed in his hand. This ghost head seemed to have a mind of its own, and once it formed, it charged at Zhao Hui's head. This was a unique memory-taking method. Once the black ghost head entered Zhao Hui's body, it would devour his soul and obtain everything. Ancient God, profound devil smiled as he stared at this low-level true god that was still at his mercy. "If you want to blame someone, blame your relationship with Zhao Feng." Ancient God, profound devil coldly snorted. He wanted nothing more than to capture Zhao Feng and take everything he had so that he could make his life a living hell. The savage black ghost head was just about to enter Zhao Hui's head. "You want to see me that badly?" At this moment, a third voice resounded through the chamber. This voice caused Ancient God, profound devil's body to tremble, and emotions of familiarity, loathing, and hatred instantly surged through his body. "Zhao Feng!" Ancient God, profound devil suddenly recalled, and his face paled. He was extremely anxious to capture Zhao Feng, but he had never imagined that Zhao Feng would appear here. Whoosh! Zhao Feng suddenly appeared at Zhao Hui's side, and then he charged at Ancient God, profound devil. As he passed by the black ghost head, Zhao Feng's enormous energy immediately pulverized it. Mixed origin divine fist. Zhao Feng circulated his chaos origin divine power like a bolt of lightning and unleashed the accompanying combat skill of the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique. Boom! A ball of dim, chaotic flowing light pressed forward like a giant mountain. Completely caught off guard, Ancient God, profound devil was caught off guard and struck. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying by the attack of the dark mountain. The Chaos Heaven Void Essence technique had broken through to the second level, and Zhao Feng's cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 7th tier. His strength had risen by a level compared to before. Ancient God, profound devil, who had been punched, could do nothing but retreat. But before Ancient God, profound devil could land, Zhao Feng was already at his side. With a wave of his silver robe, Ancient God, profound devil, and Zhao Feng vanished. Within the space-time robe dimension, Ancient God, profound devil vomited several mouthfuls of blood before finally stabilizing himself. "Zhao Feng, how did you get here?" Your strength. Ancient God, profound devil was far too shocked and wanted to say many things. He had never imagined that Zhao Feng would risk his life and infiltrate their territory. Although he was sure that Zhao Feng was doomed in this place, he still had to worry about his own life. Zhao Feng had gotten even stronger since their last meeting. "This is the space-time robe dimension. You can't escape. Submit to me," Zhao Feng indifferently said. At the same time, Zhao Wang and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, arrived in the space-time robe dimension. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's body blazed with pitch-black dragon flames, its bloodline energy fully unleashed, exuding an energy of calamity that could destroy all. Zhao Wang was only a peak rank 5, but he was an Eye of Death descendant. What attracted Ancient God, profound devil's attention the most was the pitch-black clawed staff in Zhao Hui's hand. It exuded a sinister and terrifying energy that was even more dangerous than the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragons. A supreme quality death divine artifact of the Destruction Dragon race. Ancient God, profound devil, instantly despaired. Just Zhao Feng alone was not someone he could fight against, and there was also an Ancient God of the Destruction Dragon race and another person who wielded a supreme quality death divine artifact. Moreover, Ancient God, profound devil knew that Zhao Feng still had other trump cards. Ancient God, profound devil had never imagined that he would die, because he captured a rank 3 true god. You'll also die. In this desperate situation, ancient god Profound Devil actually gave a wicked smile. Buzz. BZZZ. An enormous amount of energy surged and contracted in his body, exuding a dreadful energy. You want to self-detonate. Zhao Feng seemed to have expected this, and his expression did not change much. His body suddenly vanished as he approached ancient god Profound Devil. You, what are you doing? Ancient god Profound Devil was stunned. He truly was planning to self-detonate. He knew that Zhao Feng was too fast and would definitely be able to escape the range of the explosion. Thus, the true reason for his self-detonation was not to kill Zhao Feng, but to let the Heavenly Demon Hall discover that he was dead. When the time came, the Heavenly Demon Hall would definitely conduct a strict investigation, and Zhao Feng would find it impossible to escape. But to his surprise, Zhao Feng didn't flee when he tried to self-detonate and instead approached him. You want to stop me from self-detonating? Laughable. Ancient god Profound Devil disdainfully laughed. Not even a rank 8 true god could completely suppress him. Thus, it was simply impossible for Zhao Feng to stop him from self-detonating. Moreover, if Zhao Feng got too close, his self-detonation would instantly kill him. Thus, ancient god Profound Devil laughed at Zhao Feng's stupidity. Whoosh! Zhao Feng instantly appeared at ancient god Profound Devil's side, his dreamy silver eyes turning to him. This is... A moment later, ancient god Profound Devil sensed a strange and ancient spatial energy that wanted to teleport him to another place. He was just preparing to resist when a space-time energy suddenly restrained his body. At the same time, Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a powerful illusion Dao energy that affected his mind. Moreover, ancient god Profound Devil Soul Intent was already weaker than Zhao Feng's, and his eye of myriad forms was even less powerful than Zhao Feng's quasi-god spiritual eye. Swish! Ancient god Profound Devil was pulled into the ancient dream realm by Zhao Feng. The ancient dream realm, the core area of the blood flame Qilin race. 3 rank 8 ancient gods and the blood flame Qilin race patriarch were seated in 4 corners. Suddenly, ancient god Profound Devil's body appeared in the center of the 4. In the next moment, the expressions of the 4 ancient god experts changed, and they all erupted with a boundless energy that pressed toward the center. The moment ancient god Profound Devil appeared, he didn't even have time to do anything before this invincible energy took control of him, rendering him incapable of doing anything. The explosive energy brewing in his body also stopped flowing and slowly faded away. What is this place? Ancient god Profound Devil barely managed to squeeze out these words. This was obviously another space, and there were several peerless experts hidden in this space. A moment later, Zhao Feng appeared. Your Excellency! The members of the blood flame Qilin race called out. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng said nothing. A dreamy silver seal formed in his left eye, and then he branded it into the depths of ancient god Profound Devil Soul. Suppressed by 4 ancient god experts, ancient god Profound Devil was powerless to resist and was easily branded. Only then did the members of the blood flame Qilin race release him. Zhao Feng was well aware of the dangers of infiltrating this place, so he had long ago made preparations. The mysterious and secretive faction behind ancient god Profound Devil would definitely be extremely cautious. All its members would probably have soul jades under their watch. The soul jades contained a sliver of the owner's soul. Once the owner died, the soul jade would shatter. Thus, it was best if Zhao Feng didn't kill anyone in this place, or else his identity would be exposed. Master, what are your orders? The extremely weak ancient god Profound Devil kneeled in front of Zhao Feng. Tell me the current situation of the Heavens Legacy Cat and all the information on your faction. Zhao Feng was rather excited. He had always been curious about ancient god Profound Devil's faction. A group of God-Eye descendants was actually able to operate the machines of the Heaven's legacy race. After infiltrating this place, Zhao Feng realized that the faction behind ancient god Profound Devil was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. It actually controlled a large number of the Heaven's legacy race's technology. If it weren't for the fact that most of the people here were God-Eye descendants, Zhao Feng would have even suspected that this was a faction of the Heaven's legacy race. Master, this subordinate will find it very difficult. Ancient god Profound Devil appeared to be struggling. Zhao Feng's expression froze. After being branded with the Dark Heart Seal, even ancient god Profound Devil's thoughts were subservient to him. But now, ancient god Profound Devil was resisting his request. Master, I signed a contract. Once I reveal any information regarding the Heavenly Demon Hall, my soul will immediately shatter. Ancient god Profound Devil truthfully replied. Zhao Feng immediately understood. Only death could force the target of the Dark Heart Seal to resist his orders. The moment ancient god Profound Devil revealed any information, he would probably die. This would be of no use to Zhao Feng. This matter allowed Zhao Feng to once more understand just how cautious the Heavenly Demon Hall was. He needed to be extremely cautious in his next actions. After successfully planting the Dark Heart Seal, Zhao Feng and ancient god Profound Devil returned to the outside world. Although ancient god Profound Devil couldn't reveal any information, he knew where the little thieving cat was and could lead the way for Zhao Feng. Moreover, there were quite a few places along the way that required identity verification. But first, ancient god Profound Devil needed to recover, or else he would easily be exposed. The two of them remained in the secret chamber for the time being and began to cultivate. But ancient god Profound Devil didn't cultivate for long before he opened his eyes and took out a round metal token. The token was flashing with a weak red light. What's going on? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Someone triggered the alarm system. The area within 100,000 li of the Heavenly Demon Hall has been completely locked down. Ancient god Profound Devil truthfully replied. I was discovered. Zhao Feng was stunned. No, it should be someone else. Ancient god Profound Devil's expression darkened. Ancient god Profound Devil's words allowed Zhao Feng to relax a little. However, someone else had triggered the alarm system, putting the entire place on high alert. This was also bad news for Zhao Feng, but there was also a good side to this matter. The Heavenly Demon Hall's attention was currently focused on the person who had triggered the alarm system. This was the perfect opportunity for Zhao Feng to act. We have to move out quickly, Zhao Feng warned as he personally helped ancient god Profound Devil recover from his injuries. Buzz! Bzz. Suddenly, the secret chamber began to flicker with an extremely weak light. Someone's coming. Ancient god Profound Devil immediately said. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye's see-through ability to peer through the metal walls. Two figures were standing at the entrance of a certain passage. They were currently activating the array around ancient god Profound Devil's residence. Chapter 1325. Zhao Feng activated his left eye's see-through ability, allowing him to peer through the metal walls. Two figures were standing at the entrance of a certain passage. They were in the middle of activating the array around ancient god Profound Devil's residence. Zhao Feng recognized both of them. They were ancient god Profound Devil's two companions in the Heaven's Legacy Race ruins. One of them was the captain of Zhao Feng's team, ancient god Black Extreme. When I learned of Zhao Hui's whereabouts, I told him about it. Ancient god Profound Devil explained. It seemed like ancient god Black Extreme and his companion had learned that ancient god Profound Devil had successfully captured Zhao Hui and were afraid that ancient god Profound Devil would take all the benefits for himself. So they came to take a look. I can't reveal any flaws or alert the enemy. Zhao Feng fell into thought. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed through his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Why aren't you coming out?" Ancient God Black Extreme's expression was gloomy. Ancient God Profound Devil isn't thinking of leaving us to work with others to deal with Xiao Feng and divide the spoils. The thin eye of space-time descendant softly muttered. After all, the secrets on Xiao Feng were no trifling matter and would definitely attract the attention of the upper echelon members. Ancient God Profound Devil might use this chance to climb up to the top-class experts of his faction. But at this moment, the array in front of the pair vanished, and Ancient God Profound Devil's figure slowly emerged. "Come in." After saying this, Ancient God Profound Devil turned around. Ancient God Black Extreme and his companion immediately followed. Soon, the three of them arrived at an isolated secret room. Inside the secret room, there was another refined young man. His body was restrained by a powerful divine power, and he was unable to move. This is the person who has a close relationship with Xiao Feng. Ancient God Black Extreme's cold and sinister eyes stared at Xiao Hui, the sinister and dreadful eyes of death. "You've gotten some clues, right?" the other person impatiently asked. "He's just a rank 3 true god. Does he still have the strength to fight back?" Ancient God Profound Devil faintly smiled. "Hurry up and tell me what valuable information you have." Ancient God Black Extreme was rather expectant. "See for yourselves," Ancient God Profound Devil calmly said as he waved his hand through the air. Following that, a colorful light screen appeared in front of them. The two of them knew that Ancient God Profound Devil wanted to display the images in Xiao Hui's memories. The image depicted a fairyland carved out of crystal. It was the territory of the spirit tribe. In next to no time, a figure with a head of dreamy silver hair that was like flowing water appeared, and it fluttered without restraint. "Something's wrong." The skinny man's expression changed slightly. He possessed the eye of space-time, and just now, he sensed spatial ripples coming from the screen of light. What happened? Ancient God Black Extreme was confused. At this moment, Xiao Feng suddenly looked at the two of them, his left eye exuding a powerful illusion Dao energy. Gradually, Xiao Feng's body became more and more corporeal while the screen of light vanished. Forbidden illusion, lost world. Xiao Feng's illusion technique enveloped both of them at the same time. At this moment, the two God-eye descendants felt like they had entered a dreamy world of fog. Myriad forms myriad palm. Standing behind Ancient God Black Extreme, Ancient God Profound Devil suddenly activated his eye of myriad forms and fired off 2 enormous palms of rainbow-colored light. Under the influence of the illusion Dao energy, Ancient God Black Extreme's pair had no time to react. Boom! Bang! Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil were struck and sent flying forward. Xiao Feng smiled as he watched the two of them approach. With a wave of the space-time robe, he took them into it. "Let's go." Xiao Feng and Ancient God Profound Devil entered the space-time robe dimension. Gaze of the God Eye. Once inside, Xiao Feng used his God's spiritual eye to use the gaze of the God Eye on the thin man to take control of his soul. After all, this person was an eye of space-time descendant, so he was less affected by this dimension. "What's going on, my soul?" The skinny man did his best to struggle, but he discovered that his soul had almost no ability to resist Xiao Feng's left eye. As for Ancient God Black Extreme, he was being restrained by Ancient God Profound Devil, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and Xiao Hui. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon bloodline had an absolute suppression on him, and Xiao Hui's Staff of Death curse had rendered Ancient God Black Extreme's Eye of Death useless. "This is the Staff of Death curse. No wonder you were able to absorb so much death liquid last time." Ancient God Black Extreme was stunned. He finally understood the problem that had been plaguing him all this time. The Staff of Death curse was rumored to have been created by a powerful Eye of Death descendant in ancient times. Moreover, This Eye of Death descendant had coincidentally obtained the legacy of the cursed Tao of the ancient shaman race, the second-ranked race of the 10,000 ancient races. It was for this reason that the Staff of Death curse had an eye similar to the Eye of Death that could complement the Eye of Death and also contain curse energy. Don't! The thin man's soul struggled, but it was still uncontrollably drifting toward Zhao Feng's left eye. Collect! Zhao Feng's gaze of the god eye sucked the thin man's soul into the god eye dimension. After the evolution of the god's spiritual eye, his left eye had gotten even stronger. Almost no one of the same level could resist the power of the gaze of the god eye. It's your turn. Zhao Feng smiled as he walked toward ancient god Black Extreme. Without much resistance, ancient god Black Extreme was quickly sucked into the god eye dimension. After a period of torture, Zhao Feng succeeded in planting the Dark Heart seal in their souls. If there are insiders, it'll be even easier to get into the Heavenly Demon Hall. Zhao Feng had a delighted look on his face. He hadn't expected that after enslaving ancient god Profound Devil, 2 more people would come to his door. Even though these 3 could not tell Zhao Feng any information regarding the Heavenly Demon Hall, but Zhao Feng could use the vision of these 3 to get a rough understanding of the Heavenly Demon Hall situation. Master, it won't be easy to save the Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient god Black Extreme was worried for Zhao Feng. There's an expert presiding over the Heaven's legacy cat. This was all the thin man could say. Based on the words of these 2, Zhao Feng could roughly guess that the Heaven's legacy cat's location was heavily guarded, with a supreme expert presiding over it. Trying to save the little thieving cat with just Zhao Feng's strength was like throwing an egg against a rock. Nothing is absolute, and there's no wall in this world that doesn't have a crack. Even the most secure place has a hole to crawl through. Zhao Feng's expression was indifferent. Moreover, it seemed like someone else had come to make trouble. But now was not the time to save the little thieving cat. He still needed to make some preparations. Let's go. Zhao Feng called out as he used space intent to conceal himself in ancient god Profound Devil's body. Master, what should we do? Ancient god Profound Devil whispered. Even though he had seen a few of Zhao Feng's trump cards, he didn't believe that Zhao Feng had the ability to save the little thieving cat. Go find your other 3 companions first. Zhao Feng's slightly delighted voice rang out. Yes, although they didn't know what their master's intentions were, the 3 of them didn't dare to disobey. After leaving their residence, they saw several figures rapidly flying out of a distant passage. It seems like the other intruders are extremely powerful. Zhao Feng could observe everything through the eyes of his 3 servants. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient god Profound Devil's group of 3 flew through the strangely constructed base that was like a maze. It didn't take long before ancient god Profound Devil arrived outside a solitary room. It's me, ancient god Profound Devil. The array outside the room was quickly withdrawn, and a muscular man walked out. What's the matter? All 3 of us are here, so we naturally have important matters to discuss with you. Ancient god Profound Devil appeared to be hiding some major secret. The muscular man didn't think too much about it and entered with the 3 of them. Suddenly, his 3 companions launched a sneak attack on him. At the same time, Zhao Feng, who was hiding on ancient god Profound Devil's body, appeared. The 4 of them working together rendered the rank 7 ancient god powerless to resist. After a while, ancient god Profound Devil's group of 3 left the room and headed for their next destination. It's me, ancient god Profound Devil. Ancient god Profound Devil's group went to the slender woman's residence. But even after a long time, there was no response. It seems like the Eye of Destiny sensed something and ran off ahead of time. Zhao Feng didn't care about this. At this moment, 5 of the 6 people in the Heaven's legacy race ruins had become Zhao Feng's servants. This way, I have another trump card. Hidden on ancient god Profound Devil's body, Zhao Feng was secretly delighted. Zhao Feng couldn't obtain the God Eye fusion art from them, but he could use them to use the God Eye fusion art. Zhao Feng was well aware of the power of the God Eye fusion art. If he unleashed all his power at once, even a rank 9 ancient god would suffer a calamity if they weren't careful. And if he used it as a long-lasting secret art, he could contend against several rank 8 ancient gods. Next, to where the little thieving cat is, Zhao Feng ordered. Deep in the center of the heavenly demon hall was a massive secret hall. This was the forbidden ground of the heavenly demon hall. Not even ancient god Profound Devil's group could get close without a special reason. There were countless spirit formation barriers of various sizes in the secret hall. Each and every one of those spirit formation barriers contained strange mechanical devices, research results, and experimental subjects. In the very back of the secret hall was a crystal box, within which flowed a liquid of gold and silver. A silver-gray cat floated in the liquid. At this moment, the silver runes and symbols on the little thieving cat's body seemed to come to life, constantly twisting and extending. In front of the little thieving cat was an operator controlling a massive device connected to the little thieving cat. Behind this operator stood an elder with a sinister face, his entire body covered in gray scales. If this heaven's legacy cat can transform into its complete form, the gray-scaled elder stared at the little thieving cat, his eyes brimming with excitement. Whoosh! At this moment, a black figure darted in. Your Excellency, the experts of the space-time sacred land are approaching the heavenly demon hall base. The black figure immediately reported. It seems like the person who went on the mission last time left behind some clues. The gray-scaled elder sighed, a cold and harsh light flashing through his eyes. Who is it? The gray-scaled elder asked once more. The space-time god's disciple, ancient god Scarlet Firmament. It's actually Scarlet Firmament. I heard that he's already a half-step god lord. Let me go test him out. The gray-scaled elder had a relaxed expression. Chapter 1326. It's actually Crimson Firmament. I heard that he's already a half-step god lord. Let me go test him out. The gray-scaled elder had a carefree and relaxed expression. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. His Excellency has left. There should be no problems here, right? A gray-haired elder monitoring the entire heavenly demon hall was rather worried. The other operators in the secret hall were also rather worried. Their own fighting power was extremely low, and they didn't have much ability to protect themselves. And this time it was someone from the space-time sacred land who had come. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, the sacred land was the largest ruling faction. With me here, what do you have to fear? At this moment, a cold and sinister voice came from the darkness. A man with a ramrod straight body and dark and turbid eyes that made him seem like a wraith drifted out. Ancient god Netherspring. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. With ancient god Netherspring here, there's naturally no problem. The gray-haired elder faintly smiled. At this moment, a red dot of light suddenly flashed on the massive screen in front of him. There's an intruder. The gray-haired elder immediately bellowed. Their target is us. The people around him looked over and said, They're just sending themselves to death. Ancient god Netherspring sneered as his eyes began to turn. A gloomy mist of spring water gushed out. A normal person would feel like they had entered the yellow springs of the underworld if they looked at it. Whoosh! Whoosh! A man and a woman suddenly emerged from the gloomy mist. The man was dark and tall, exuding a sinister ghost Tao energy, while the woman was dignified and holy, like an untainted fairy. The moment the two appeared, they shot through the air. Isn't that the devil-saint-god duo whose fame has shaken the Antian zone? I heard that the two of them have reached peak rank 8. I didn't think that they'd already become Lord Netherspring's samsara immortal bodies. The corridors of the heavenly demon hall were intertwined and complicated. If ancient god, profound devil's group hadn't been leading the way, Zhao Feng would have needed some time to find the little thieving cat's location. Whoosh, whoosh, one or two figures would occasionally emerge from the various corridors. As they traveled, they encountered fewer and fewer people along the way. At this moment, a short-haired, middle-aged man flew over from the distance. He was a rank 7 ancient god. Ancient god, profound devil, where are you going? This short-haired, middle-aged man had some friendship with ancient god, profound devil. Capture him, Zhao Feng ordered. He needed to search this person's soul to understand the situation. Moreover, if everyone suddenly attacked, they would definitely be able to subdue the other party in an instant. Ancient god, profound devil didn't answer the middle-aged man's question and immediately attacked. At the same time, the other 4 god-eye descendants activated their eye bloodlines. What are you doing? The middle-aged man's face was filled with terror. At the same time, in the nearby void, whoosh, a silver eye the size of a head suddenly appeared. Soul prison. The dreamy silver eye embedded in the air suddenly unleashed an eye bloodline technique. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's soul was bound by countless soul chains. At the same time, sharp black iron spikes pierced his soul. The soul prison caused the middle-aged man's soul to fall into an illusion of torture. A breath in the outside world was equivalent to several months in the illusion. At the same time, ancient god, profound devil's attacks landed on the middle-aged man. Thump! The middle-aged man suffered great damage in an instant and fell to the ground. Whoosh! A whirlpool of eye intent engulfed the middle-aged man's body. A moment later, he was sucked into Zhao Feng's god-eye dimension. The entire capture was carried out extremely quickly, lasting only a few seconds. But at this moment, whoosh, a spatial ripple swept past. Then a black figure appeared. What are you doing? The thin and pitch-black man, who seemed to be one with his black robe, stared at ancient god, profound devil's group and roared. Although he didn't see anything, he could sense the ripples of eye intent in this place. It was clear that a battle was taking place. But when he arrived, one of the auras suddenly vanished. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng was taken aback. Because he was in the space-time robe dimension, the abilities of Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye were greatly hindered. Moreover, the materials used to construct this place were extremely unique, greatly limiting Zhao Feng's perception. As a result, he failed to notice this powerful eye of space-time descendant. Ancient god Azura Gate, a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall, tried to steal the research results of the Heavenly Demon Hall during the chaos. We discovered him, so we worked together to eliminate him. Ancient god, profound devil explained. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng could clearly sense through the dark heart seal that ancient god Azura Gate was a rank 8 ancient god. Moreover, he was a rank 8 ancient god with an extremely stable foundation. Release him. I'll investigate everything before deciding what to do. Ancient god Azura Gate's face was cold and dignified. These words immediately caused ancient god profound devil's group to put on awkward and conflicted expressions. Ancient god Azura Gate, in truth, we had a personal grudge with that member and couldn't hold back just now, so ancient god profound devil's expression suddenly flickered. Ancient god Azura Gate, if you keep this matter a secret for us, the 5 of us are willing to give you a large number of contribution points. Ancient god Black Extreme had a pleading look on his face. Okay, ancient god Azura Gate coldly snorted. Ancient god Profound Devil's group of 6 had obtained an astonishing amount of contribution points from capturing the Heaven's legacy cat. Even ancient god Azura Gate was extremely tempted. In the Heavenly Demon Hall, contribution points could be exchanged for all sorts of divine artifacts, such as powerful automatons, special tools, eye bloodline enhancement medicines, and so on. Ancient god Azura Gate, Let's go somewhere else to talk. Ancient God, profound devil messaged. At this moment, a figure passed through the passage in the distance. This truly isn't a good place to talk. Ancient God Azura Gate nodded. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng's expression flickered. This person trusts you so much. Isn't he afraid that you'll play some sort of trick? Zhao Feng straightforwardly asked. One had to realize that Ancient God Profound Devil was a peak rank 7, and with the help of his 4 other bloodline descendants, heavily injuring or even killing a rank 8 Ancient God was no problem at all. Master, you're underestimating the high-level combatants of the Heavenly Demon Hall too much. Ancient God Profound Devil couldn't say anything, so he could only say this. But it wasn't hard for Zhao Feng to guess. Although the Heavenly Demon Hall wasn't very large, it controlled the arts and legacies of the Heaven's legacy race. It had all sorts of powerful automatons, and rare secret arts and cultivation methods. These things could probably all be exchanged for with contribution points. Ancient God Azura Gate was undoubtedly one of the more experienced ancient gods, possessing incredible strength in all aspects. In addition, although Ancient God Profound Devil's group could use the God Eye fusion art, this secret art required time. Given Ancient God Azura Gate's understanding of this secret art, he would never give Ancient God Profound Devil the time to use it. For this reason, Ancient God Azura Gate wasn't worried that Ancient God Profound Devil would play any tricks. But in the end, Ancient God Azura Gate had overlooked the factor of Zhao Feng. It didn't take long for the group to enter a room. The moment they entered this place, everyone felt a strong gravitational force suppressing them. It was obvious that this was a special training room, and this gravitational pressure could even be adjusted. Murdering a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall is a major crime. Ancient God Azura Gate leisurely strolled in, a wicked smile on his face. The 5 people before him all had many contribution points on them, so he naturally wanted to extort more out of them. I have something here that Ancient God Azura Gate might be interested in. Ancient God Profound Devil squinted his eyes and smiled. Take a look. Ancient God Azura Gate grimaced. In truth, he was more interested in the contribution points. In the Heavenly Demon Hall, with contribution points, one could obtain almost anything. But Ancient God Profound Devil also knew this, so he definitely wouldn't take out anything ordinary. Ancient God Profound Devil faintly smiled as he activated his interspatial dimension and waved his hand. Swish! A silver robe suddenly appeared, covered in silver runes and inscriptions that seemed to contain the great Tao of the world. A single glance at it would allow one to gain some enlightenment. The space-time robe. Ancient God Azura Gate's eyes went wide as his body trembled. It was actually a supreme quality space-time divine artifact that could support, defend, and flee the space-time robe. But the space-time robe was so precious that Ancient God Profound Devil's group would never give it to him. Moreover, he couldn't instantly kill these 5 people. What do you want? Ancient God Azura Gate asked. As long as he could obtain the space-time robe, he was willing to do anything. We want your life. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the space-time robe, floating in the air. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng had already gathered many tribulation lightning symbols in the space-time robe dimension, and the moment he appeared, he unleashed them. You! Ancient God Azura Gate was alarmed. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, the danger he sensed made him instantly react. Dish! Ancient God Azura Gate transformed into a dark streak of light and dodged to the side. He didn't get very far before Ancient God Azura Gate was forced to reveal himself and howl in pain. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was so precise that it was almost instantaneous. Even though Ancient God Azura Gate reacted extremely quickly, his soul still suffered 80% of the tribulation lightning eye flame's power. At the same time, Ancient God profound Devil's group of 5 used eye bloodline techniques and summoned their automatons to fiercely attack Ancient God Azura Gate. Zhao Feng had the advantage in numbers, and he wouldn't give Ancient God Azura Gate any time to catch his breath. If Ancient God Azura Gate chose to send a message first, he would be struck by all 5 powerful eye bloodline techniques, and he would probably die. Space Origin Divine Shield. Ancient God Azura Gate forcefully stabilized the injuries to his soul and activated his Eye of Space-Time, creating a white barrier of light. Boom! Bang! Crash! Everyone's eye bloodline techniques were weakened by this barrier. But because Ancient God Profound Devil had the advantage in numbers, Ancient God Azura Gate was the first to succumb, and he hastily used his defensive secret skill. However, Ancient God Azura Gate didn't have time to do anything, because the 5 automatons were already attacking him. Come out! Ancient God Azura Gate also summoned an automaton, one with peak rank 8 strength. After doing all this, Ancient God Azura Gate sent his mind into his interspatial dimension to send a message. But at this moment, a dreadful ripple of energy appeared in the distance. Earth-shaking nova! Zhao Feng activated his eye bloodline technique once more. Earth-shaking nova relied on all kinds of powerful forces colliding with each other to produce a great power. Now that he had cultivated the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique to the 2nd level, Zhao Feng's various intents had all increased by 1 level. The power of this eye bloodline technique increased the most. Boom! Bang! In a flash, a dark and chaotic energy exploded on Ancient God Azura Gate's body. The attack of the earth-shaking nova pierced through the body and soul, temporarily interrupting Ancient God Azura Gate's message. At the same time, Zhao Feng blinked to Ancient God Azura Gate's side. Swish! With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Feng took Ancient God Azura Gate into his interspatial dimension. Damn! Once Ancient God Azura Gate recovered, he immediately understood what was going on. Die! Zhao Feng and Ancient God Profound Devil's group appeared in this place. Zhao Feng was no longer worried about Ancient God Azura Gate sending a message. The space-time robe was a supreme quality divine artifact, and with Zhao Feng's control, it was completely isolated from the outside world. Unless Zhao Feng allowed it, Ancient God Azura Gate would not be able to send a message out of this dimension. Chapter 13:27 Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power and punched with both fists. Several massive fist images imbued with the characteristics of space intent pierced through space and bombarded Ancient God Azura Gate. Swish! Swish! Ancient God Azura Gate immediately shot forward. As an Eye of Space-Time descendant, he was far more proficient in space intent than Zhao Feng. But one of those fists struck Ancient God Azura Gate. Boom! Bang! Ancient God Azura Gate's body was sent flying backward. What a powerful attack! Ancient God Azura Gate vomited several mouthfuls of blood, his face somewhat pale. When he was struck by that punch, he had already used space energy to slow down the impact. But this punch still inflicted significant injuries on him. Damn! This brat is the master of the space-time robe. My space-time abilities are somewhat restricted here. Ancient God Azura Gate cursed. If not for the space-time robe, Zhao Feng's punches, even if they were infused with space intent, would not have been able to hit him. But in reality, Ancient God Azura Gate was stunned by the power of Zhao Feng's space intent. He had the Eye of Space-Time and was a rank 8 Ancient God with peak level 6 space intent. But Zhao Feng was not an Eye of Space-Time descendant. He was only a rank 7 Ancient God with level 6 space intent. If not for this reason, Ancient God Azura Gate would have been able to escape the bindings of the space-time robe. Death Ray. Destruction Ray. At this moment, Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5 activated their eye bloodlines and used powerful eye bloodline techniques. You lot actually colluded with outsiders. Ancient God Azura Gate cursed as he fled. Ancient God Azura Gate finally understood that Ancient God Profound Devil's group had killed members of his faction not because of a personal grudge, but because of Zhao Feng's orders. And Ancient God Azura Gate had ended up in this situation precisely because he had overlooked the factor of Zhao Feng. Anyone who obstructs Master must die. Ancient God Profound Devil roared. At the same time, the automatons of Ancient God Profound Devil's group began to pursue Ancient God Azura Gate. However, even if Ancient God Azura Gate's space-time intent was restricted, Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5, including the automaton, would find it very difficult to catch up. But Zhao Feng was like a fish in water, his speed not one bit inferior to Ancient God Azura Gate's. Chaos Origin God-suppressing seal. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, condensing a massive seal that smashed at Ancient God Azura Gate. The range of this attack was extremely large, and Ancient God Azura Gate had to push his speed to the limit in order to barely escape. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. The moment Ancient God Azura Gate appeared, Zhao Feng used his Tribulation Lightning Eye Bloodline technique. At the same time, the Chaos Origin God-suppressing seal slammed down once more. So. Ancient God Profound Devil's group and the automaton instantly surrounded Ancient God Azura Gate. Space Origin Divine Shield. Ancient God Azura Gate made a final struggle, using a spatial defensive skill to block Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin God-suppressing seal. But Ancient God Profound Devil's group and the automatons continued to attack. Damn it, I don't have a way out. Ancient God Azura Gate had a determined look on his face. If he had the automaton, he might have been able to struggle. Go for it. Ancient God Azura Gate stared at Zhao Feng. Swish! His body flashed as he charged at Zhao Feng. Along the way, many attacks came at him. Ancient God Azura Gate dodged most of them, but a small number struck him. However, he ignored his injuries and charged at Zhao Feng. At the same time, his body gradually began to exude a terrifying energy that made Zhao Feng's heart palpitate. Self-detonate. Zhao Feng's God spiritual I could see through everything and instantly see what was going on inside Ancient God Azura Gate's body. But he could not let Ancient God Azura Gate leave just because he wanted to self-detonate. This was because Ancient God Azura Gate could stop this thought at any time. Once he was allowed to leave, Ancient God Azura Gate would inevitably use a space-time secret art to escape, and he would also spread the secret of Zhao Feng's group. Space-time shackle. Ancient God Azura Gate stared at Zhao Feng. In a flash, a transparent space-time energy formed a square around Zhao Feng, imprisoning him within. This space-time shackle was rather similar to Zhao Feng's space-time seal. However, space-time shackle focused on imprisoning, while space-time seal changed the enemy's state. Die. Ancient God Azura Gate savagely smiled. At this distance, if he self-detonated, Zhao Feng would most likely die. Moreover, he would self-detonate inside the space-time robe. With his rank 8 ancient God cultivation and reserves, he would be able to inflict severe damage to the space-time robe. In addition, if the Heavenly Demon Hall discovered that he was dead, they could use the powerful Eye of Samsara to revive him. Just when Ancient God Azura Gate was gathering all his energy into the Eye of Space-Time and preparing to self-detonate, Space-Time Seal! Zhao Feng's Space-Time Eye Bloodline technique suddenly activated. A moment later, a powerful energy that was both real and illusory descended on Ancient God Azura Gate's body, causing his movements and thoughts to become extremely slow. By borrowing the power of the space-time robe, the space-time seal was even more powerful. Swish! Zhao Feng kicked Ancient God Azura gate out of this dimension. Pulling someone in required the other party's agreement or inability to resist, but kicking them out was extremely simple. No. In the outside world, ancient god Azura Gate screamed in pain. In the end, he was at the final juncture of self-detonation. Even if his thoughts and actions were slowed, he would find it difficult to stop the self-detonation. Broom! The gravitational cultivation chamber was instantly engulfed by a destructive storm of energy. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng, ancient god profound devil, and the others felt the world tremble. 3 seconds later, the situation somewhat stabilized. As expected of a supreme quality defensive divine artifact. Ancient god profound devil excitedly said, only a supreme quality defensive divine artifact could stop the self-detonation of a rank 8 ancient god. However, only the owner of the space-time robe, Zhao Feng, could sense that the space-time robe had been damaged once more. Let's go! Zhao Feng moved ancient god profound devil's group out of this place and was the first to discover the explosion. What's going on? How could such a large explosion occur in the gravitational cultivation chamber? In the end, all they could sense was the aura of a fallen soul, nothing else. Have the Eye of Samsara descendants prepare to revive the deceased. The Heavenly Demon Hall made this decision and reported the situation to their superiors. No matter who the deceased was, they would know everything once they were revived. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient god, profound devils group continued on their way. They don't know the cultivation of the deceased. If they send any random Eye of Samsara to revive them, not only will they fail, they will also be heavily injured. Even if they have the ability to revive an Eye of Samsara descendant of ancient god Azura Gate, it will take a very long time. Ancient god profound devil was extremely familiar with the abilities of the Eye of Samsara. Before ancient god Azura Gate revives, I have to save the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng's eyes hardened as he sent his mind into the god-eye dimension. At this moment, there was still a short-haired middle-aged man who had been completely suppressed. It was precisely because Zhao Feng was trying to capture this person that ancient god Azura Gate discovered him and almost exposed him. Soul search. A powerful soul intent surged into the man's soul. Zhao Feng quickly came into contact with the man's memories. Information unrelated to the Heavenly Demon Hall was easily obtained by Zhao Feng. But when he came into contact with the memories of the Heavenly Demon Hall, the middle-aged man's soul immediately began to tremble. Boom! Before he could read any information, the middle-aged man's soul was obliterated by an unstoppable worldly energy. When you're about to reveal any information, you'll immediately die. Zhao Feng found the situation extremely troublesome, but it was precisely because of this that the Heavenly Demon Hall's operations were so rarely known. Many of the major factions of the Antian Zone didn't even know that such a faction was hidden in the Antian Zone. Zhao Feng finally understood what was going on in this place. After all, this was not a secret of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The specific situation was that when the Heavenly Demon Hall captured 2 god-eye descendants of the space-time sacred land, they left behind some clues that the space-time sacred land supreme experts tracked down and found this place. Now, the space-time god's disciple, ancient god Scarlet Firmament, had personally come. The strongest expert guarding the secret hall had apparently already left. Hurry to the heavens' legacy cat's territory. Zhao Feng immediately ordered ancient god profound devil through the dark heart seal. The Heavenly Demon Hall was currently dealing with foreign enemies, so the little thieving cat's territory was at its weakest. Yes. Ancient god profound devil and the others immediately agreed. Although they had their misgivings, they could not defy Zhao Feng's will. After a long while, the group encountered fewer and fewer people along the way. When they reached a massive violet crystal door, ancient god profound devil's group stopped. Master! Up ahead is the core area of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Normally, This place is heavily guarded and is not to be approached." "Ancient God, profound devil," solemnly said. "Even at a time like this, there should still be guards inside." Within the space-time robe, the bronze coin in Zhao Feng's hand flashed with dazzling starlight. This meant that the little thieving cat wasn't far from him. "Go in. If we encounter any guards, we'll subdue them together," Zhao Feng ordered. The group of 5 passed the identification test and passed through the stone door. A circular hall appeared before them. The hall was decorated with stone sculptures of various shapes and sizes, and the walls were decorated with murals depicting bizarre scenes. There's not a single person here," Ancient God, profound devil called out in surprise. Even if an outsider was attacking, the forbidden area of the Heavenly Demon Hall should not have guards patrolling it. Perhaps this was a trap. "Advance," Zhao Feng ordered. Although he was hiding in the space-time robe and could not use the god's spiritual eye, he did not notice anything strange. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient God, profound devil continued forward, but he slowed down a little. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng suddenly noticed something. "Retreat!" Zhao Feng immediately called out. Ancient God, profound devil's group immediately stopped and began to flee. Die! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the air behind them. This woman had exquisite facial features tinged with a faint chill, and her close-fitting silver clothes perfectly accentuated her slender and delicate figure. "What's going on? Why does someone from the Heavenly Demon Hall want to kill you?" Zhao Feng immediately asked. "This person isn't a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall," Ancient God, profound devil firmly said. Whoosh! The silver-clothed woman was extremely fast, far faster than Ancient God Azuragate, and she instantly caught up to Ancient God, profound devil's group. Her silver eyes surged with powerful space-time intent, causing the minds of Ancient God, profound devil's group to tremble. Die! The silver-clothed woman's face was cold and suffused with faint killing intent. The space-time intent in her eyes caused the surrounding space to slightly twist. "This woman is very strong." Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng was alarmed. They had been able to kill Ancient God Azuragate just now, mainly because they had caught him off guard, the restrictions of the space-time robe, and Zhao Feng's group was ganging up on them. But this woman was definitely stronger than Ancient God Azuragate. Unless Zhao Feng used his greatest trump card, he would not be able to deal with her. "Slow down. We're also infiltrators. We're colleagues." At this moment, Ancient God, profound devil followed Zhao Feng's order and called out. Chapter 1328. Hold on, we're also infiltrators. We're on the same team. At this moment, Ancient God, profound devil followed Zhao Feng's order and called out. When the silver-clothed woman saw Ancient God, profound devil's group, she immediately began to attack. Ancient God, profound devil's group also confirmed that this person was not a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall. From this, the identity of the other party was obvious. He was definitely an infiltrator. The space-time sacred land had dispatched a group of people outside to hold down the majority of the Heavenly Demon Hall's members, allowing the silver-clothed woman to sneak in. There were no guards in this forbidden area, so they must have been killed by her. Infiltrator? In the same industry? The silver-robed woman's eye power ripples slowed down slightly. She had infiltrated this place and killed many people from the Heavenly Demon Hall. But this was the first time she had heard someone who had been killed say such a thing. In addition, the other party had sensed her in advance. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have had the chance to speak. "Do you have any proof?" The silver-clothed woman's killing intent didn't diminish, and the eye technique that was brewing in her eyes was still there. It was like if Ancient God, profound devil made the slightest movement, she would immediately kill him. Whoosh! At this moment, a dreamy silver eye appeared in the air above Ancient God, profound devil's head. It seemed to be embedded in space and exuded an invisible pressure. When she touched this dreamy silver eye, the silver-robed woman's eyes of space-time inexplicably trembled. At the same time, the dark heart seals on Ancient God Profound Devil's group began to reveal Zhao Feng's soul energy. This should be fine, right? Zhao Feng's soul voice resounded in the air. We were once members of this place, but now we serve the Master. Ancient God Profound Devil immediately said. The silver-robed woman revealed a pondering expression and soon guessed what was going on. The killing intent in her eyes gradually faded, but it didn't disappear. So it's an ancient god that specializes in the soul element. The silver-robed woman said calmly. From the situation just now, the person hiding in the shadows also had an eye bloodline and specialized in the soul. Currently, several internal members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were being controlled by someone hidden in the shadows. What's your purpose? The silver-robed woman asked directly. Anyone who had the ability to infiltrate this place was definitely not an ordinary person, so she did not underestimate the person hiding in the dark. Furthermore, he had taken such a huge risk to infiltrate this place. His goal was definitely not simple. What is your purpose? Zhao Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked. The silver-clothed woman raised her eyebrows and said without hesitation, "Save him! My brother has been captured and brought here." After the silver-clothed woman finished speaking, her eyes turned cold and chilling. Her gaze swept over Ancient God Profound Devil's group, causing them to shiver. "I'm done. What's your purpose?" The silver-robed woman said coldly. "Save the cat. My spiritual pet has been caught by them." Zhao Feng did not hide anything. The silver-robed woman's expression became even colder, as if she didn't believe him at all. Infiltrating the Heavenly Demon Hall for a spiritual pet. How could there be such a preposterous thing? However, the Heavenly Demon Hall's secret hall will definitely have experts guarding it. Only by joining hands will we have a chance of successfully entering. Zhao Feng didn't care whether the silver-robed woman believed him or not. The silver-clothed woman did not continue to ask about Zhao Feng's motives. It did not have much to do with her. "Let's go." The silver-robed woman was clearly anxious. Then she entered the void and moved forward slowly. Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5 followed behind her and gave her many instructions. Although the silver-robed woman was a space-time god descendant with profound movement techniques, it was inevitable that she would run into some traps or mechanisms. What a profound spatial concealment technique! Zhao Feng couldn't help but observe the silver-robed woman's spatial concealment technique. Those skilled in space intent could conceal themselves in the void, but that was only concealment. However, that was only for concealment. Once there was a big movement in the void, it would cause a commotion, and it would be easy for others to notice. Once the silver-robed woman concealed herself in the void, she maintained an extremely fast speed while also suppressing her ripples to an extremely low level. If one didn't sense her carefully, they would find it very difficult to notice her. I should be able to do it as well. Zhao Feng activated his left eye. His Chaos Heaven Void origin technique primarily cultivated space intent. If he could strengthen his use of space intent, he would undoubtedly be able to strengthen his Chaos Origin divine power. Moreover, Zhao Feng had a space-time divine artifact, like the space-time robe, so this shouldn't be too difficult. Easy. In the outside world, a dreamy silver eye slowly appeared, moving with the group. The dreamy silver eye locked onto the silver-robed woman, and a dreamy luster began to spread. The silver-clothed woman at the forefront raised her eyebrows and revealed a vigilant expression. Just now, she suddenly had the illusion that she had been stripped naked, and everything was clearly seen by others. This is quite extraordinary. The silver-robed woman thought to herself and ignored him. Other than the descendants of the 8 great god eyes, there was no lack of eye bloodlines that were close to this level. Some eye bloodlines that mutated had extremely unique abilities that could rival the descendants of the 8 great god eyes, but they had slightly less room for growth. Pucci, 2 streaks of silver light streaked past, and the 2 guards who had yet to react were sliced in half at the same time. Furthermore, this spatial attack affected his soul and directly killed him. She killed a rank 7 ancient god in one blow. This woman is even stronger than I imagined. Zhao Feng became more vigilant. Before long, Zhao Feng had completely replicated the silver-robed woman's space concealment technique. However, he didn't have the chance to try it now. After the duplication was successful, the dreamy silver eye floating outside did not disappear. Now that he and the silver-robed woman were working together, they could kill all the guards they encountered, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Moreover, this would allow them to observe the enemy and control any movements in their surroundings. Found it. It's that secret hall. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through all the obstructions to see an extremely tight, secret hall guarded by several rank 7 ancient gods. However, this secret hall was rather unique. Zhao Feng was only barely able to see through it and see a few figures. Not good. Someone's coming. Zhao Feng suddenly saw 2 figures flying toward his position. Swish! The dreamy silver eye in the air instantly vanished. Ancient god, profound devil's group of 5 immediately put some distance between them and the silver-robed woman, all of them displaying hostility. The silver-robed woman stared in shock at ancient god, profound devil's group of 5. These people had just said that they would work together with her, so why were they suddenly putting some distance between them and showing hostility? Could it be that everything just now was fake? It was all their doing. You tricked me. The silver-robed woman's face was as cold as ice, her killing intent almost tangible. Someone's coming. But a moment later, Zhao Feng's voice resounded in her mind. I still need to use these 5 people. So in front of the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall, we are enemies. Zhao Feng explained. Although the silver-robed woman was confused, she quickly sensed 2 powerful auras. Whoosh! Whoosh! A man and a woman swiftly arrived. Found it. I didn't think that ancient god Luoling would infiltrate this place. The 2 of them spoke at the same time, creating an indescribably bizarre atmosphere. But in reality, these 2 samsara immortal bodies were connected to ancient god Netherspringswill. These words were spoken by ancient god Netherspringswill in the secret hall. For ancient god Netherspring to call out the silver-robed woman's name, one could see that she had some reputation. Ancient god Luoling's expression darkened. It was clear that these 2 people were beyond her ability to deal with. The 2 of you, why are you here? The Devil Saint God duo stared at ancient god, profound devil's group. And who are you? Ancient god, profound devil bluntly asked. Normally, when almost all the people that appeared here were members of the Heavenly Demon Hall, he would have never asked such a question. But the situation was different now, and besides, these 2 were samsara immortal bodies that they had never seen before. Ancient god Netherspring, the Devil Saint God duo said at the same time, their faces tinged with anger. So it was Elder Netherspring. Ancient god, profound devil's group immediately grimaced, revealing looks of respect. Reporting to Elder Netherspring, there was a massive explosion in the gravity training room. The 5 of us followed some clues and found this place. We chased this intruder and were planning to capture him and then report to the elders. Ancient god, profound devil followed Zhao Feng's description and reported. Such grandiose deeds. Do you really think that you can deal with this person? The Devil Saint God duo coldly snorted, their suspicions of ancient god, profound devil's group slightly lessening. It was quite common for people to act alone without notifying their superiors for their own benefit. He also knew about the explosion in the gravity training room. He should have gone over and used his eye of samsara to revive the dead, but he had to guard the secret hall and could not leave. Elder Netherspring's lecture is correct, but now that your samsara immortal bodies are here, this woman can only wait to be captured. Ancient God, profound devil flattered. Humph. The devil-saint god duo coldly snorted and immediately attacked ancient god Luo Lingboom. The power of the two instantly exploded, which caused the divine power and bloodlines of ancient god profound devil's group to freeze, forcing them to retreat. The tall and muscular man, shrouded in black mist, wielded a large saber with a ghost head and unleashed a sinister and sharp ghost slash. On the other side, the pure and holy woman in white slashed out several beams of holy light from her crystalline sword. Heaven, earth, void dimension. Ancient god Luoling activated her eye of space-time, causing spatial blurs to flicker around her. Swish! After using this move, ancient god Luoling was like a fish in water in this dimension, her body almost unfathomable. At some point, a small silver scimitar had appeared in her hand. Dish! With a light swing, she unleashed a sharp and swift beam of spatial energy. However, the devil-saint god duo were samsara immortal bodies. Ordinary attacks could instantly heal them even if they were injured. Ghost demon blade, holy light fairy spirit sword. As samsara immortal bodies, the devil-saint god duo had no qualms about attacking. All three are peak rank 8s. Through this battle, Zhao Feng had gained a clear understanding of the cultivation levels of these three. In a one-on-one battle, neither of the devil-saint god duo was a match for ancient god Luoling. But now that they were samsara immortal bodies, they had no qualms, so they actually had the advantage. I'll help you. In the darkness, Zhao Feng messaged ancient god Luoling. He needed ancient god Luoling's strength at this time, or else he would find it very difficult to smoothly enter the secret hall and rescue the little thieving cat. Chapter 1329. I will help you. In the darkness, Zhao Feng messaged ancient god Luoling. He needed ancient god Luoling's power, or else he would find it very difficult to enter the secret hall and rescue the little thieving cat. Moreover, if Zhao Feng didn't help, once ancient god Luoling was defeated, she would definitely reveal everything about Zhao Feng. Therefore, Zhao Feng had no choice but to take action. However, if he wanted to help ancient god Luoling, it was best if he didn't let the devil-saint god duo sense anything. Otherwise, ancient god profound devil's group wouldn't be able to become Zhao Feng's trump cards. Space concealment technique. Zhao Feng used the secret technique he had copied from ancient god Luoling. He silently left ancient god profound devil's body. The spatial ripples he exuded were extremely weak. There was also the fact that the devil-saint god duo and ancient god Luoling were fiercely battling, and ancient god Luoling was a descendant of the Eye of Space-Time, allowing her to perfectly conceal the weak spatial ripples that Zhao Feng was exuding. Gradually, Zhao Feng became familiar with this secret technique and was able to move through the void more easily. The spatial fluctuations he caused were almost undetectable. Okay, as long as I don't get involved with ancient god profound devil's group, I can appear as a reinforcement from the space-time sacred land. Zhao Feng concealed himself in a dimension and rapidly distanced himself from ancient god profound devil's group. Within the secret hall, ancient god Netherspring's gloomy eyes gazed into the distance as if he was watching the battle between the devil-saint god duo and ancient god Luoling. This ancient god Luoling is truly difficult to deal with. Ancient god Netherspring softly said. However, the other party was a peak rank 8, and he had sent out 2 peak rank 8s. If he did not deal with the other party, and the people of the Heavenly Demon Hall found out, he would lose all face. Behind him, in the crystal box filled with gold and silver liquid, the silver diagrams and words on the little thieving cat's body stopped moving. They returned to their original state and adhered to the surface of its body. The little thieving cat was a little larger than it had been in the Heaven's legacy race ruins, and its ears were much longer. Its body was slender and strong, full of vitality and extremely beautiful. At this moment, the little thieving cat's black, gem-like eyes slightly opened, deep and mysterious. In an instant, the little thieving cat seemed to sense something. Its lips curled up slightly before immediately closing. Ancient God Netherspring, who was controlling the Devil-Saint God duo, did not notice this. Are the 5 of you just going to stand there and watch the show? Use the God I-Fusion art. Ancient God Netherspring bellowed. At the same time, the Devil-Saint God duo that were in the midst of battle suddenly shouted those words. Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 5 were startled. Zhao Feng, who had just left Ancient God, Profound Devil's body, hadn't expected for the eye of Samsara descendant to suddenly give such an order. But in order to prevent his relationship with Ancient God, Profound Devil from being exposed, Zhao Feng could only order Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 5 to do as Ancient God Netherspring said. Yes, Ancient God, Profound Devil, and the others hurriedly nodded. In the next instant, their eyes emitted a stream of origin energy. What? Ancient God Luo Ling grimaced. She had apparently seen the God Eye Fusion art before. Ancient God Luo Ling knew that Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5 were under Zhao Feng's orders, but Zhao Feng had actually allowed them to use the God Eye Fusion art. At this moment, Ancient God Luo Ling was already thinking about fleeing. Once Ancient God Profound Devil's group succeeded in using this secret art, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. However, Ancient God Luo Ling was still waiting for Zhao Feng to make his move. After all, Zhao Feng had just said that he would help Ancient God Luo Ling. Moreover, Zhao Feng's goal was similar to hers. Once he lost her assistance, Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to achieve his goal. But at this moment, the origin energy in the eyes of Ancient God, Profound Devil's group of 5 began to float out. Haha, Ancient God Luo Ling, just give yourself up. The Devil-Saint God duo savagely laughed. They were unable to deal with Ancient God Luo Ling precisely because of her ability to use space-time intent. But once Ancient God Profound Devil's group used the God Eye Fusion art, they would be able to restrain Ancient God Luo Ling's space-time intent. At this moment, as Ancient God Profound Devil's group was using the God Eye Fusion art, a spatial ripple appeared extremely far behind them. Ancient God Luo Ling, my apologies. I came late. Zhao Feng's figure suddenly emerged from the void. He was wearing a white cloak that completely obscured his eyes and hair. The space-time robe on his body made him seem extremely mysterious. Humph. Ancient God Luo Ling only snorted and said nothing. If Zhao Feng had been just a little later, she would have already chosen to retreat and even told them about Zhao Feng's matter. He actually had reinforcements. The Devil-Saint God duo were taken aback. Zhao Feng had appeared rather far from this place, and he also had a high-level spatial technique and the space-time robe on his body. The Devil-Saint God duo and Ancient God Netherspring immediately believed that Zhao Feng was a member of the space-time sacred land, heaven engulfing palm. The moment Zhao Feng appeared, he circulated his space-time intent and attacked Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5. Boom! A massive palm of ethereal energy pierced through space and arrived right in front of Ancient God Profound Devil's group. Oh no! Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5 revealed fearful expressions. However, they immediately stopped the God Eye Fusion art and used defensive techniques to minimize their injuries. Boom! Bang! Ancient God Profound Devil's group of 5 was struck by Zhao Feng's palm and sent flying backward, vomiting blood. It looked like they had suffered a backlash from having their secret art interrupted. The Devil-Saint God duo were in the middle of a fierce battle, so they weren't paying close attention. Tribulation lightning eye slash. A crystalline white blade of lightning shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye, piercing through space as it shot toward ancient god profound devil's group of 5. Originally, the tribulation lightning eye slash was supported by spatial shift and unleashed within the enemy's body to catch them off guard. But at this moment, Zhao Feng was only acting. He didn't actually want to kill ancient god profound devil's group, so he unleashed it from his left eye. Tribulation lightning energy. This person is too strong. Let's retreat. Ancient god profound devil called out in alarm and was the first to flee. The others immediately followed, distancing themselves from the battlefield. What a bunch of trash! The devil saint god duo angrily cursed. But they didn't really suspect ancient god profound devil's group. Firstly, ancient god profound devil's group had been severely injured by Zhao Feng's sneak attack when they were using their secret art. Secondly, Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye bloodline technique was extremely powerful and also possessed space energy, making it extraordinary. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient god profound devil's group of 5 was forced to flee toward the secret hall by Zhao Feng. Ancient god Luo Ling was stunned. Zhao Feng had used a little trick to send his subordinates away and flee toward the secret hall. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng had been hiding in the shadows from the very start, so ancient god Luo Ling had never truly seen Zhao Feng before. This person actually has the space-time robe. With Zhao Feng's face obscured, ancient god Luo Ling's gaze fell directly on the space-time robe in shock. The space-time robe was a supreme quality space-time divine artifact, a divine artifact that descendants of the Eye of Space-Time yearned for. In addition, ancient god Luo Ling recalled another matter. When the Space-Time Sacred Lands team returned from the wild ancient secret dimension, they claimed that the space-time robe had appeared, but in their struggle for it, they lost to a mysterious youth with an unknown left eye. Ancient god Luo Ling, I've come to help you. Zhao Feng didn't get too close. After all, he was currently fighting against 3 peak rank 8 ancient gods. Zhao Feng's strength wasn't enough. However, as long as he could slightly affect the devil saint god duo, ancient god Luo Ling would probably be able to reverse the situation. Heaven engulfing palm. Zhao Feng circulated his space-time intent and fired off several palms of void energy. A trifling peak rank 7 dares to interfere with the battle of peak rank 8 ancient gods? Truly fearless. The devil saint god duo coldly laughed. As samsara immortal bodies, they could even disregard ordinary attacks. Ancient god Luo Ling shot a glance at Zhao Feng. She hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to be a peak rank 7 ancient god. She had never imagined that a peak rank 7 ancient god would dare to infiltrate the dangerous heavenly demon hall. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Feng's palms ignored spatial distance and entered the battlefield, descending upon the devil saint god duo. In a flash, the devil saint god duo sensed a powerful space-time intent. Level 6 space intent, and his time intent isn't weak either. The devil saint god duo called out in alarm. Although Zhao Feng's cultivation was low, his space-time intent was surprisingly strong. Ancient god Luo Ling was also rather surprised. She had the Eye of Space-Time, and her space intent was at level 7. Like Zhao Feng, her time intent was at level 4. At this moment, ancient god Luo Ling even believed that Zhao Feng really was a member of the space-time sacred land, and that he was an extremely monstrous genius. Heaven, earth, void world. Ancient god Luo Ling used this chance to activate the heaven, earth, void world, working with Zhao Feng's space-time intent to strengthen its power. Boom! Bang! Bang! The palms of light exploded against the devil saint god duo's bodies. Because of ancient god Luo Ling's energy boost, Zhao Feng's heaven-engulfing palms were unprecedentedly powerful. Space-time intent descended upon the devil saint god duo, hindering and interfering with their movements. Void spirit slash. Ancient god Luo Ling used this chance to activate her eyes. The silver scimitar in her hand immediately began to flash with illusory light, and the image of a massive crescent moon extended from it. Ancient god Luo Ling fiercely waved her hand, unleashing a massive crescent moon that howled through the air. Illusory and real collided, and then it vanished. When this crescent moon once more condensed, it was right in front of the devil saint god Duo. Swoosh! The illusory crescent moon pierced through the waists of the devil saint god Duo, cleaving them in two. Damn! The devil saint god Duo cursed, although they were samsara immortal bodies that allowed them to swiftly recover from any sort of injury. With their bodies cut in two, the two of them would be unable to fight normally. Two automatons stood in front of the secret hall, blocking ancient god Profound Devil's path. Elder, it's us. Ancient god Profound Devil immediately called out. Within the secret hall, ancient god Netherspring appeared, rather impatient. These scoundrels actually ran all the way here. The operator in the secret hall shook his head. This was a secret area of the Heavenly Demon Hall. A normal person would never be able to approach, much less enter. Let them in. Ancient god Netherspring called out. I don't know how many more people from the space-time sacred land have infiltrated this place, but there are too few people here. They might be of some use. Ancient god Netherspring added. Yes. An operator opened the door to the secret hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Elder. Ancient god Profound Devil's group appeared extremely weak. Upon entering, they opened their eyes wide and observed their surroundings in surprise. Outside, Zhao Feng, who was assisting ancient god Luo Ling, slightly smiled. Success! Zhao Feng activated his left eye. A moment later, he could see everything in the secret hall. Chapter 1330. When ancient god Profound Devil's group entered the secret hall, Zhao Feng could see everything through their eyes. Rank 9 Ancient God. Zhao Feng sensed ancient god Netherspring's true cultivation level, and his body trembled. If he recklessly charged in, he would immediately be finished off. It seems like I can't do anything yet. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as he had ancient god Profound Devil's group wait inside. Ancient god Netherspring was an eye of samsara descendant, so he probably had a rank 9 samsara immortal body. If Zhao Feng acted recklessly, not only would he find it very difficult to rescue the little thieving cat, his identity would also be exposed, and ancient god Profound Devil's group would lose their trump card. Thus, Zhao Feng needed to wait for the right moment. Sacred Spirit, Heaven-Piercing Sword. Evil Ghost Earthrend Slash. The Devil Saint God Duo quickly recovered and began to fiercely attack ancient god Luo Ling. The surging and seething god ghost energy made the distant Zhao Feng feel pressured and take several steps back. The full power of a peak rank 8 ancient god was enough to shake the heavens and make the earth weep. Spatial instant travel. Ancient god Luo Ling immediately used another high-level space-time movement technique. Her body began to move through the air with incredible speed and agility, making it very difficult to follow her movements. With each movement, ancient god Luo Ling would use the silver scimitar in her hand to unleash a space-time attack. Little child, although we can't do anything to you for now, your space-time attacks can't do anything to us either. The devil saint god Duo chuckled. The only thing that could clearly injure them was the tribulation lightning energy Zhao Feng had just used. But Zhao Feng's level was too low, and this tribulation lightning energy was much weaker, so they didn't care. Is that so? It seems like you're truly stupid. Ancient god Luo Ling sneered as she unleashed another sharp beam of energy. The devil saint god Duo slightly frowned. In truth, they had also noticed something strange, but they didn't care. After all, as samsara immortal bodies, they had long ago stopped caring about the sensations of their bodies. They even used their bodies as meat shields to block fatal blows for ancient god Netherspring. Pucci! The sharp beam of light hit the tall man and left a huge wound on his chest. But soon the wound healed. No, their bodies have not fully recovered. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. In truth, when ancient god Luo Ling's attack destroyed the samsara immortal body, she used a spatial energy to move a portion of the destroyed body parts to another dimension. It looked like he had recovered, but he hadn't fully recovered. At the same time, the devil saint god Duo finally realized this. Every time ancient god Luo Ling struck them, their samsara immortal physique would decrease a little. No wonder I felt that this body couldn't unleash my full strength. So that's why. The tall man's face darkened slightly. Although he didn't care about this body, if the two of them worked together and lost to ancient god Luo Ling, it would be far too humiliating. Good. I didn't think that ancient god Luo Ling would have a chance of defeating these two samsara immortal bodies. Zhao Feng applauded in his heart. One had to realize that these two samsara immortal bodies were both peak rank 8 and undying bodies. From this, one could see just how powerful the space-time sacred land's ancient god Luo Ling was. She's the key to rescuing the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he circulated his space-time intent. Buzz! Swish! His space-time robe suddenly began to flutter, and a moment later, layers of translucent light engulfed the devil saint god Duo. Space-time barrier. The space-time barrier was a defensive technique of the space-time robe. When an enemy or attack approached, they would be affected by space-time intent, weakening and slowing down. But when the space-time barrier engulfed a person, it was essentially imprisoning them, very similar to Zhao Feng's space-time seal eye bloodline technique. Good move! Ancient god Luo Ling immediately worked with Zhao Feng's space-time technique to amplify its power. At the same time, she slashed out with her silver scimitar. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dazzling saber bolts filled the sky like butterflies, engulfing the devil saint god Duo. Once all the saber bolts were gone, Zhao Feng could see that the bodies of the devil saint god Duo were in tatters that could not be restored. This was because ancient god Luo Ling had moved these parts to another dimension. Only the powerful energy of the Eye of Samsara could bring them back. But ancient god Netherspring clearly did not want to do this. Good. You actually destroyed 2 of my samsara immortal bodies. You asked for it. The devil saint god Duo bellowed. It was clear that this was what ancient god Netherspring wanted to say. You still had a chance to escape just now, but now you'll be buried here. The devil saint god Duo spat out. In the secret hall, ancient god Netherspring activated his Eye of Samsara. A gloomy ring of light that seemed to lead to the underworld appeared in the air. Whoosh! A red figure shot out from within. It had a human body and a dragon's head with 2 wings and a dragon's tail. Rank 9 Samsara immortal body. Zhao Feng saw all of this through ancient god profound devil's eyes. But Zhao Feng did not retreat. On the contrary, he was rather excited. The rank 9 samsara immortal body charged out of the secret hall. Chance! Zhao Feng's left eye immediately surged with astonishing ripples of eye intent. At the same time, the seal on the dreamy silver ball in the God Eye dimension was completely undone. The origin energy in the dreamy silver ball contained the energy of a God Eye, making it easy to detect. Normally, Zhao Feng would seal this origin energy. This energy, ancient god Luo Ling was startled. Just a moment ago, her eyes of space-time fiercely trembled. This energy that made her eyes of space-time tremble was very familiar. It was extremely similar to the energy she felt when she faced the space-time god's space-time sacred land. At this moment in the secret hall, ancient god Netherspring suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon by a supreme god. Moreover, this energy made his Eye of Samsara tremble. What's going on? Ancient god Netherspring turned his head in shock. A silver eye had appeared above the secret hall, illuminating the myriad colors below. This dreamy silver eye was so massive that it seemed to become the sky of the secret hall, exuding a supreme ancient energy. Heavens! What's that? This eye is so strange. The machine operators all trembled in fear. They were extremely familiar with the eye bloodlines of the 8 great god eyes, which was why they were so shocked to see this dreamy silver eye. Who is it? Ancient god Netherspring's heart trembled. This dreamy silver eye made his eye of samsara instinctively fear it. He could even sense the energy of a god eye. Earlier, ancient god Netherspring even believed that some god eye deity had descended through space. But this dreamy silver eye was not one of the 8 great god eyes that he was familiar with. Swish! The moment this dreamy silver eye appeared, countless bolts of multicolored lightning surged within it. Humph, such a weak attack. Break for me. After a moment of shock, ancient god Netherspring sneered and immediately attacked. Although this dreamy silver eye exuded heaven-shaking power and powerful energy, the eye intent it exuded was not very strong, and the power of its eye bloodline technique seemed rather ordinary. Ancient god Netherspring's eyes pulsed with eye intent, and then a gloomy ball shot out. Oh no! Suddenly, ancient god Netherspring grimaced. He realized that the dreamy silver eye's target was not him, but a crystal box filled with gold and silver liquid behind him. Meow! The little thieving cat opened its deep black eyes and gave a smug smile. A vortex of eye intent appeared above the crystal box. Swoosh! A moment later, a blade of lightning shrouded in dreamy mist slashed down from the crystal box. The destruction energy of the tribulation lightning and the origin energy of the gods' spiritual eye easily cut open a hole in the crystal box. After using this move, the dreamy silver eye vanished. Dish! In a flash, the little thieving cat in the crystal box vanished. Outside the crystal box was a slender and vigorous little thieving cat, brimming with spiritual energy and seeming to be an elf. Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient god Netherspring grimaced. He had already reported the matter of the Heaven's legacy cat to his superiors. If the Heaven's legacy cat was allowed to escape, ancient god Netherspring would have committed a grave crime. Elder Netherspring, the bloodline factor of this Heaven's legacy cat, has been activated. An operator immediately said, Even so, it won't be able to escape even if it has wings. Ancient god Netherspring was taken aback, and then he coldly snorted. The Eye of Samsara was somewhat lacking in terms of speed and fighting ability. When he thought about the legendary abilities of the Heaven's legacy cat, ancient god Netherspring summoned his automaton just in case. Swish! A pitch-black automaton guard wielding a pair of golden swords appeared. Ancient god Netherspring's automaton also had the strength of a rank 9 ancient god. If he and his automaton worked together, no matter how crafty the Heaven's legacy cat was or how many tricks it had, it would never be able to escape. But at this moment, ancient god Netherspring suddenly sensed an astonishing energy, and the energy of a god eye. His expression flickered as he looked to the side. Ancient god Profound Devil's Group had already begun to use the god eye fusion art. The 5 of you have done well. Help me capture the Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient god Netherspring immediately called out. Because of the sudden appearance of that dreamy silver eye and the Heaven's legacy cat breaking out of the box, ancient god Netherspring had been ignoring ancient god Profound Devil's Group this entire time. Upon realizing that they had already used the god eye fusion art, ancient god Netherspring was elated. The 5 of them used their secret techniques to counter the little thieving cat's methods. Yes, ancient god Profound Devil's Group immediately said. At the same time, the ball of light above their heads suddenly shot out 2 gigantic chains. These chains were more than 10 times thicker than the chains in the Heaven's legacy race ruins. The moment the 2 chains appeared, They attacked ancient god Netherspring. What? You? Ancient god Netherspring had never imagined that a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall would suddenly attack him. Even though he was a rank 9 ancient god caught off guard, he was still bound by these 2 massive chains. At the same time, the places on ancient god Netherspring's body that had been touched by the chains began to crack as if they were about to shatter. What's going on? The few of them. The expressions of the other operators also changed. Capture the Heavens Legacy Cat. Ancient god Netherspring angrily bellowed. Although he had been temporarily trapped by the God Eye fusion art used by ancient god Profound Devil's group, he could still command the automaton. Whoosh! The rank 9 automaton wielded its 2 swords and shot toward the little thieving cat in a black streak of light. Chapter 1331. The rank 9 automaton transformed into a black streak of light that shot toward the little thieving cat. The automaton had its own soul intent, but it was enslaved by its controller. This was similar to the relationship between Zhao Feng and ancient god Profound Devil's group. As long as ancient god Netherspring gave the order, the automaton would carry it out. Dish! The automaton suddenly exploded with the energy of a rank 9 ancient god and rumbled toward the little thieving cat. Meow! The little thieving cat unhurriedly extended a paw, its claws covered in silver characters exploding with powerful ancient bloodline energy. This peerlessly powerful ancient bloodline energy made the blood of everyone present almost freeze, and their bodies instinctively tremble. Even ancient god Netherspring was alarmed. Boom! The oppressive energy of the automaton was instantly scattered. At the same time, the little thieving cat's claws began to exude strange, white rings of light that engulfed the automaton. This is a sealing technique of the god sealing race. An operator couldn't help but call out in alarm. The moment the automaton touched the white rings of light, its aura began to weaken, and its speed began to slow down. However, the mechanical puppet was still at the 9th order, and it instantly burst forth with a powerful divine radiance, dispersing the sealing energy. But at this moment, the little thieving cat opened its mouth and began to suck. A translucent black hole of nothingness suddenly appeared above the mechanical puppet, and an astonishing suction force was emitted from it. A portion of the surging divine power the automaton had just unleashed was sucked away by the black hole. A skill of the heaven-devouring race. The struggling ancient god Netherspring had a stunned look on his face. If he wasn't seeing it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this was real. Meow. The little thieving cat closed its mouth and belched. The black hole above the automaton vanished. Kill. Under ancient god Netherspring's authorization, the automaton began to attack the little thieving cat. The Heaven's Legacy Cat was simply too powerful. It was impossible to capture it without injuring it. Swish! Several extremely condensed golden sword lights shot toward the little thieving cat with lightning-fast speed. But at this moment, the little thieving cat's body suddenly turned into a ball of black light that turned into countless dark currents that flowed in all directions. Boom! Bang! The automaton's attack missed and shattered the barrier that the little thieving cat had been standing on. After missing its attack, the automaton scanned the black streams of energy around it, but it couldn't tell which one was the little thieving cat. What kind of divine power is this? Ancient god, Profound Devil stared at all this in shock. And through his vision, Zhao Feng also saw everything. Detestable. How dare the 5 of you attack me? I'll definitely refine you into samsara immortal bodies. You'll be begging for death for eternity. Ancient god Netherspring furiously roared at ancient god Profound Devil's group of 5. I'm almost out of energy. Ancient god Black Extreme had a weak expression. In the battle for the Heaven's Legacy Race ruins, they had used far too much of their god eye origin energy and had yet to fully recover. Moreover, they were restraining ancient god Netherspring this time. The two massive chains consumed an extraordinary amount of energy and would not be able to last for long. Over there, ancient god Netherspring's expression froze as he stared at a black stream of energy at the exit of the secret hall. Not good. The Heaven's legacy cat is about to escape. Catch it. The operators in the secret hall began to call out. They had spent an enormous price and energy to transform the Heaven's legacy cat. Now that they had succeeded, they could not allow the Heaven's legacy cat to escape. Whoosh! The automaton flew toward the entrance. Meow! The black stream of energy instantly transformed into the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat flew to the entrance and began to grope around with its claws. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entrance door opened to either side. Before the little thieving cat left, it bowed to ancient god Netherspring and the other Heavenly Demon Hall members, as if thanking them. The automaton was not as fast as the little thieving cat. By the time it arrived, the thieving cat had already vanished. Damn! That Heaven's legacy cat was actually able to open the door! It didn't just awaken its abilities and bloodline, but also its memories. Success! Zhao Feng rejoiced. Was it your people that rescued the Heaven's legacy cat? The devil saint god Duo furiously roared at ancient god Luoling and Zhao Feng. This was naturally the question on ancient god Netherspring's mind. What do they mean? Ancient god Luoling was confused. What was a Heaven's legacy cat? Let's go. The enemy's rank 9 samsara immortal body is coming. Zhao Feng immediately messaged ancient god Luoling. After saying this, Zhao Feng hastily retreated. The devil saint god Duo paid no attention to Zhao Feng because ancient god Luoling was their true opponent. Ancient god Luoling was alarmed, but she did not immediately retreat. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Run first. The samsara immortal body won't be able to catch up to you. There's still a chance to save your little brother. Zhao Feng saw that ancient god Luoling was still there and advised her. After all, he owed much of his success in rescuing the little thieving cat to ancient god Luoling. In addition, ancient god Luoling's hesitation allowed Zhao Feng to speculate that ancient god Luoling might have the ability to fight against a rank 9 ancient god. Otherwise, she would have immediately retreated upon hearing about the rank 9 samsara immortal body. Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't have time to worry about such things. He vanished into the void and began to flee. The little thieving cat had undergone a major transformation in this place, greatly increasing its strength. The moment it fled, both sides were able to sense the general direction of the other. In addition, while the little thieving cat was escaping, Zhao Feng put all his attention into controlling ancient god Profound Devil's group to hold down ancient god Netherspring. They had captured the little thieving cat, and now Zhao Feng was using them to rescue the little thieving cat. Explosions rang out on the perimeter of the Arctic abyss. Broom! The world dimmed as ice and stone flew away. The 4 experts of the space-time sacred land were fiercely clashing with several upper echelon members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The members of this faction are actually all God-Eye descendants, and their use of eye bloodlines is no weaker than ours. It's just that their compatibility with eye bloodlines doesn't seem to be very perfect. The experts of the space-time sacred land evaluated their foes. Although their compatibility with eye bloodlines wasn't very high, the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were extremely skilled in using eye bloodlines. They were skilled in all sorts of eye bloodline techniques and had all sorts of divine artifacts and tools. For this reason, the members of the space-time sacred land did not have much of an advantage. Boom! Bang! Crash! All of a sudden, a heaven-shaking destructive energy appeared above these people. How terrifying! A peak rank 8 ancient god in the middle of battle couldn't help but tremble as he looked up. However, that area was filled with storms of energy, making it impossible to see what was going on. As expected of the space-time sacred land's ancient god Scarlet Firmament, although you've only just become a half-step god lord, you're much stronger than this old man. The gray-scaled elder loudly laughed. Floating in front of the gray-scaled old man was a silhouette whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Humph, you're truly bold to dare attack a core member of the space-time sacred land. The dissatisfied voice of a middle-aged man came from within. We only learned that they were members of the space-time sacred land after we attacked. This old man hereby apologizes to you. We are also willing to compensate you. The gray-scaled elder indicated that he was willing to compromise. If they could cover up this matter by paying a certain price, they were naturally willing. Humph, besides compensation, you must publicly apologize to the space-time sacred land, or else this matter will not end. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament growled. Originally, they had planned to save those 2 disciples and then demand some compensation. But upon finding this place, they realized that this faction had deep reserves and as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Moreover, most of them were God-Eye descendants. For this reason, they wanted to know the goal of this faction's existence. All he needed to do now was temporarily hold down the gray-scaled elders group. He was confident that ancient god Luoling would be able to find out a few things. Your space-time sacred land has gone too far. Don't blame this old man for this. The gray-scaled elder's face suddenly turned extremely cold and sinister. Publicly apologizing to the space-time sacred land was the same as exposing everything. Black mist madly surged in the gray-scaled elder's eyes, and a heaven-shaking death intent began to surge out. Suddenly, the gray-scaled elder stopped his eye bloodline technique. You actually sent someone to infiltrate. The gray-scaled elder was instantly enraged. The people of the space-time sacred land had secretly sabotaged and released the Heaven's legacy cat. This was the Heaven's legacy cat that they had carefully prepared, and now that it had escaped, it was an unprecedented loss for the Heavenly Demon Hall. Crucially, they had already informed their superiors of this matter. Not good. Has ancient god Luoling been discovered? Ancient god Scarlet Firmament grimaced. From the gray-scaled elder's expression, ancient god Luoling was apparently still alive. No matter what, he had to hold down the gray-scaled elder, or else ancient god Luoling would be in even more danger. The gray-scaled elder immediately focused his gaze on the area around the Heavenly Demon Hall and messaged several people. Hurry back to the Heavenly Demon Hall and eliminate the infiltrator of the space-time sacred land. Also, capture the Heaven's legacy cat. The most important thing about the Heavenly Demon Hall was its secrets. Thus, when the space-time sacred land attacked, many members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were mobilized to set up defensive arrays around the Heavenly Demon Hall. At this moment, several powerful ancient gods immediately left after receiving the gray-scaled elder's message. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, Zhao Feng, wearing the space-time robe, was hiding in a secluded area. Because of the god's spiritual eye, he would be able to detect anyone approaching. Whoosh! A silver light suddenly flashed in front of Zhao Feng. A moment later, a mysterious silver-gray cat appeared. Little thieving cat! Zhao Feng rejoiced. Meow! The little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and began to gesture at Zhao Feng. There's no need to thank me. Let's go. Zhao Feng had already achieved his goal, so it was time to think of a way to leave this place. Meow. The little thieving cat immediately began to meow, and then it leaped in front of Zhao Feng and began to gesture again. You want to take me to a good place? Zhao Feng was rather doubtful. The little thieving cat could divine and could always point Zhao Feng in the right direction, but it would also often lead Zhao Feng to extremely dangerous places. Chapter 1332. In the gravity training room, a black-robed and gloomy woman floated in the air, her gloomy eyes slowly turning. A dark yellow and gloomy fog drifted out like the ghostly fog of hell, shrouding the shattered gravity training room. At this moment, this place seemed to become a sinister and ghostly land, making one shiver in fear. Suddenly, a black object appeared in the dusk ghost fog like a lonely ghost. Whoosh! The dark silver soul instantly appeared in front of the black-robed woman. Many thanks, Ancient God Azura, Gate gratefully said. He recognized this woman. She had a rank 8 cultivation, and she had probably paid a significant price to revive him. Whoosh! The eyes of the gloomy woman in the black robe stopped moving, and her face paled a bit. It's you? Ancient God Azura Gate. How did you die? The cold-looking woman was shocked. It's Ancient God Azura Gate. What happened here? The other members nearby also revealed shocked expressions. I was tricked by a brat who snuck into this place. That brat had the space-time robe, and he also controlled Ancient God Profound Devil and his companions. They worked together to kill me. Ancient God Azura Gate's soul clenched his teeth as he spoke. Although he had been killed by a group of people, all of them had lower cultivations than him. This was a massive humiliation for Ancient God Azura Gate. Right, I'll tell you what that brat looks like. Hurry and inform the upper echelon of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ancient God Azura Gate immediately said, There's no need. The upper echelon already knows about the person with the space-time robe. The woman slightly shook her head. Is he dead? Ancient God Azura Gate was taken aback, and then he asked, No. Not only that, he and his companions even released the Heaven's legacy cat. The woman's face was cold and harsh. What? That brat isn't dead yet? I'm going to kill him. Ancient God Azura Gate angrily roared. Ancient God Azura Gate's hatred for Zhao Feng made him completely overlook the Heaven's legacy cat. You're just a soul. Even if you take over someone else's body, it won't be very useful. The woman coldly said. She had expended so much origin energy and eye intent to revive an expert of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and she hadn't obtained any useful information. This made the cold-looking woman feel like she had suffered a great loss. Lend me your mechanical puppet. Your mechanical puppet is the latest product, right? Its special eyes can display powerful eye techniques. Don't worry, once I kill that brat, I'll return the puppet to you and give you 5,000 contribution points. Ancient God Azura Gate immediately turned to the gloomy woman and urgently said, Ancient God Azura Gate could not tolerate this. He had to kill Zhao Feng with his own hands. But now that he was a soul, no rank 8 ancient god was willing to allow him to possess them. If he possessed the body of a rank 7 ancient god, he would be no match for Zhao Feng. Thus, Ancient God Azura Gate planned to temporarily store him in an automaton and use the powerful automaton to achieve his goals. 5,000 contribution points. I'll keep my word. The cold woman's eyes immediately brightened. There were other members here as witnesses, so she wasn't afraid that Ancient God Azura Gate would act shamelessly. After saying that, she took out her mechanical puppet. Swish! A dark blue mechanical puppet appeared at her side. It wielded a sword and shield, its eyes glimmering with a sapphire light. Many thanks. Ancient God Azura Gate's soul body charged into the dark blue mechanical puppet. At the start, the soul intent within the mechanical puppet instinctively resisted. But under its master's control, it could only willingly allow Ancient God Azura Gate to force it to relinquish control. Peak rank 8 cultivation. Zhao Feng, you're dead for sure. Ancient God Azura Gate was extremely excited. This body was much stronger than his main body, but it wasn't very compatible. In addition, it couldn't use the power of his main body's eye of spacetime. In the core area of the Heavenly Demon Hall, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were rapidly flying through the halls and corridors. The little thieving cat led the way, its body hopping all over the place, its paws patting here and there. It was this simple action that allowed Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat to travel without encountering any traps. They were even able to pass through some entrances that required identification. This thieving cat truly lives up to its reputation as the top secret of the Heaven's legacy race, the Heaven's legacy cat. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. When he infiltrated this place, he needed to pretend to be captured and rely on ancient god Profound Devil's group to sneak into the secret hall. But the little thieving cat acted like it was in its own back garden, able to come and go as it pleased. Zhao Feng finally understood why the little thieving cat had taken such a huge risk and intentionally allowed itself to be captured. If Zhao Feng was captured and brought here, he would be willing to try if he could undergo such a transformation. Zhao Feng's left eye couldn't help but examine the little thieving cat, but he realized that he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't even sense the little thieving cat's cultivation. A violet fortress quickly appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. This violet fortress stood out from the surrounding buildings. It was clearly an extremely important and special place. There were 2 layers of protective arrays around the fortress, and the violet railway leading to the entrance was also covered in all kinds of traps. Even some members of the Heavenly Demon Hall would not dare to recklessly approach this place. Meow. The little thieving cat gestured at Zhao Feng and gave him a mischievous smile. The Heavenly Demon Hall's treasury? Zhao Feng was startled, and then he smiled at the little thieving cat. Thieving cat, you definitely have a way to get in. Zhao Feng had risked his life to infiltrate this place to receive the little thieving cat. If he made the slightest mistake, he would be doomed. The little thieving cat also knew to thank him for bringing Zhao Feng here, and from the tricks the little thieving cat had displayed on the way here, it was certain that it had a way to get into the treasury. Meow. The little thieving cat gave a smug smile, indicating that he would leave everything to it. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Zhao Feng left the place to the little thieving cat while he used his god's spiritual eye to keep an eye on his surroundings. Swish! The little thieving cat's body transformed into a silver-gray streak of light that pierced through the defensive array. The little thieving cat then went to a crucial point in the array and broke through it from the inside. The little thieving cat then jumped onto the road leading to the Purple Iron Castle. At this time its speed slowed down, and its 4 paws constantly scratched the ground. Wherever the little thieving cat walked, the light would dim. In the end, the Purple Railroad became a normal road. Meow. The little thieving cat called out to Zhao Feng. It's that simple. Zhao Feng found it hard to believe. The speed at which the array was broken was too fast. He didn't hide the excitement in his heart and immediately flew over. Pa! The little thieving cat's diamond-like paws lightly slapped the door, following which a small crack appeared in the center of the purple iron door in front of Zhao Feng. Boom! The door moved to the side and the entrance appeared. The little thieving cat was even more excited than Zhao Feng and jumped in. The interior of the castle wasn't very big. In each of the 4 corners was a special purple iron frame. Many divine weapons, tools, and apparatuses were placed on top of the purple iron frame. All of them had their own protective barriers. This is the legendary ancient divine weapon, the Heaven Sky Axe. Zhao Feng's eyes froze as he fixed his gaze on an ancient and tyrannical giant axe. In ancient times, the Heaven Sky Axe had been famous. Its power was extraordinary, and its attacks seemed to be able to cleave apart the world. It was rumored that the Heaven Sky Axe contained a special part of the sky that could help cultivators comprehend the special power of the sky. In the current era, the Heaven Sky Axe's formidable offensive power could crush almost all high-quality divine weapons. It could be called a top-class existence among high-quality divine weapons. Ancient divine weapon, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Zhao Feng's gaze fell on another mirror. This mirror was sparkling and translucent, and its surface was covered in lightning. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was a supreme quality divine weapon from ancient times. It was rumored that this mirror could not only unleash the powerful nine heavens' lightning attacks, but it could also absorb and refine souls, turning them into special lightning soul crystals. After being swallowed, one could produce special soul lightning that could temper one's soul. Besides these two items, there were also a few that Zhao Feng recognized, all of them renowned and heaven-defying divine weapons. And then there were a few special instruments and tools that Zhao Feng could not recognize. Meow. The little thieving cat hurriedly gestured before flying to a metal rack in the back. The defensive array here isn't created by a heaven's legacy secret art. The little thieving cat has no way of dealing with it. Only the user can touch it, and the only way is to break it with brute force. Upon understanding the little thieving cat's intentions, Zhao Feng was somewhat disappointed. It seems like I have to hurry and get what I need the most, or what's most precious. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. Other than those divine weapons, he did not recognize the majority of the instruments and tools. Coupled with the isolation of the defensive array, Zhao Feng found it difficult to even sense their auras. For this reason, Zhao Feng quickly decided on a target, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror that he was more familiar with. In the core secret hall, damn those scoundrels! Ancient god Nether Springs' furious roar rumbled through the hall. The secret hall was gloomy, and part of the hall had been reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the other important instruments in the secret hall were protected by defensive arrays, so they were not badly damaged. But this was still an enormous loss to the heavenly demon hall. Cough, cough! I didn't think that the 5 of them would self-detonate. An operator with a head full of white hair coughed a few times and hatefully said, as it turned out, when ancient god Profound Devil's group was about to run out of energy, Zhao Feng had them self-detonate to hold down ancient god Netherspring. Caught off guard, ancient god Netherspring was heavily injured by the explosion. Fortunately, he had a samsara immortal body and quickly recovered. However, the instruments here were severely damaged, and 3 of the operators had died. Humph! The 5 of them were controlled by the space-time's sacred land. Ancient god Netherspring coldly snorted. When ancient god Profound Devil's group self-detonated, he sensed other soul energies on their soul bodies. It was clear that ancient god Profound Devil's group was somewhat afraid of death and were resisting the self-detonation. But in the end, they were unable to defy Zhao Feng's will. Although ancient god Netherspring could immediately revive these 5, he needed to preserve his strength so that he could kill the infiltrator and capture the heaven's legacy cat. How is it? Is there any sign of the other person? Ancient god Netherspring asked. They had already discovered ancient god Luoling's whereabouts and had already dispatched people, including ancient god Netherspring's rank 9 samsara immortal body. However, ancient god Luoling was too fast, and her concealment techniques were also extremely profound. I haven't found anything. Most of the mechanisms in the Eastern Treasury have stopped working. An operator said in surprise as he carefully examined the complex screen in front of him. What? The Eastern Treasury. Ancient god Netherspring almost vomited blood. He originally believed that Zhao Feng would choose to flee, but to his surprise, Zhao Feng was still lingering around the core area and even getting close to the treasury. Chapter 1333. What? The Eastern Treasury. Ancient god Netherspring almost vomited blood. He originally believed that Zhao Feng would choose to flee, but he hadn't expected Zhao Feng to be so daring. He was still lingering around the core area and even getting close to the Eastern Treasury. The Eastern Treasury stored the fruits of the Heavenly Demon Hall's research over the last 10,000 years, as well as treasures gathered from all over the place. The items inside were all sealed off and were of the utmost importance. Logically speaking, the enemy shouldn't have been able to break the arrays and traps around the treasury, but the operator was rather confused. The treasury was protected by arrays and all kinds of traps. Only a few top-class experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall were able to smoothly enter the treasury. Even if that scoundrel controls the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall, it'll still be very difficult to break. The only possibility is the Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient god Netherspring's expression darkened. He had never imagined that the Heaven's legacy cat would help the people of the space-time sacred land. Perhaps the people of the space-time sacred land had released it, so the Heaven's legacy cat was helping them. In addition, the Heaven's legacy cat might also need some of the items in the treasury. Ancient god Netherspring immediately took out a dark silver message token. Send a few people to the Eastern Treasury to kill the intruders and capture the Heaven's legacy cat. The treasury was in the core area, so unless absolutely necessary, Ancient god Netherspring could not allow ordinary members to enter the core area. Perhaps the people of the space-time sacred land were mixed in. If a few more came in, wouldn't the heavens be overturned? Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power and unleashed a gloomy and heavy fist energy. Boom! Bang! But when the powerful fist light struck the protective barrier around the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, it only caused it to tremble slightly. The frame of the violet metal fortress seemed to be one with it and remained completely motionless. The Chaos Origin Divine Power cultivated by the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique is extremely powerful. Although I'm only a peak rank 7, my divine power attacks are even stronger than an ordinary rank 8 ancient gods. Even so, I still find it hard to break the defensive domain. Zhao Feng was rather stunned, but this was to be expected. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was a supreme quality divine artifact. A supreme quality divine artifact was not so easy to obtain. However, right at this moment, an enormous primordial aura erupted from afar. Meow meow. The little thieving cat had a sneaky smile on its face as it stared at a strange silver dagger covered in runes. The silver runes on the dagger flickered with a terrifyingly powerful aura. Zhao Feng could sense that it was definitely a supreme quality god artifact. This guy Zhao Feng was speechless. He originally believed that the thieving cat had brought Zhao Feng here to thank its master, but now Zhao Feng had no choice. However, the thieving cat only cared about itself. However, Zhao Feng was even more amazed by the thieving cat's methods. He hadn't been paying close attention, so he didn't know what method the thieving cat had used to break through the barrier. After obtaining the silver dagger, the little thieving cat immediately sat down and surrounded it with a silver-gray divine light. Any divine artifact had to be refined in order to unleash its power. Break. Zhao Feng's left eye began to revolve, and a wisp of dreamy lightning flame roiled within it. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of lightning and fire enveloped by a dreamy haze descended upon the protective barrier of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. The lightning and fire madly bombarded the barrier. Swoosh! Swoosh! The barrier flashed with light, and at a certain moment, 1 or 2 small holes created by the tribulation lightning attacks appeared. However, the barrier had a self-healing ability. As long as its energy hadn't completely disappeared, it would quickly recover. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Without another word, Zhao Feng continued to add fuel to the fire, unleashing several powerful fist images. Boom! Bang! Crash! Under the dual attacks of Tribulation, Lightning, Eye Bloodline Power, and Chaos Origin Divine Fist, the barrier's energy was rapidly consumed, and it quickly dimmed. Break! The index finger of Zhao Feng's right hand exuded a powerful ancient bloodline energy. In the continent zone, Zhao Feng had sealed a drop of god blood in his index finger. At the time, Zhao Feng's body was unable to absorb the energy of this drop of god blood, which was why he had to resort to this method. But as Zhao Feng's cultivation continued to grow and his state of existence broke through, the energy of the god blood in his index finger which constantly nourished Zhao Feng's bloodline and body, had long since been used up. Even so, Zhao Feng's index finger was still extraordinary. Dish! A dark, red, chaotic light shot out of the index finger. The light instantly descended upon the barrier, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Crack! The protective barrier immediately shattered. The remaining power of the finger light only caused sparks to fly when it struck the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. Delighted, Zhao Feng took out the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror with a wave of his hand. Boom! Hiss! A desolate and ancient aura of lightning emanated from it. Even though Zhao Feng's body had once been a tribulation lightning sacred body, he still felt a wave of numbness when he touched this lightning energy. However, Zhao Feng's soul clearly did not fear this lightning energy. In fact, it appeared very amiable as it absorbed much of the lightning energy emanating from the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. In an instant, Zhao Feng felt his soul clear and refreshed. As expected of the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror that can refine souls, Zhao Feng's face lit up with joy. As his cultivation rapidly increased, his lightning soul body was not as strong as before. But with the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, the uniqueness and advantage of Zhao Feng's lightning soul body would once again manifest. Moreover, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was an offensive divine artifact. Zhao Feng was skilled in using tribulation lightning and possessed the profound truths of thunder, so he could use its power. The most important thing right now is to refine it. Zhao Feng immediately sat down cross-legged. If he did not refine it, this supreme-grade divine artifact would be useless to Zhao Feng. He was still in the Heavenly Demon Hall, and the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall hated Zhao Feng to the bone and were definitely searching for him. If I refine the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, I'll be able to protect myself even more. Zhao Feng hurriedly circulated his divine power and soul energy into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. To his surprise, Zhao Feng refined the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror with extraordinary speed. He had once refined the space-time robe, but compared to that, the speed at which he refined the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was truly astonishing. But a little thought was enough to understand. An Eye of Space-Time descendant might have been able to refine the space-time robe even faster than Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng cultivated lightning intent, had a tribulation lightning sacred body, and had a lightning soul body, so refining the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was a piece of cake. Meow. Not long after, the little thieving cat's voice rang out in Zhao Feng's ear. Even if Zhao Feng was extremely compatible with the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, refining a supreme quality divine artifact was not something he could do in a short period of time. He had only refined 20% of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. There's not much time left. Zhao Feng had a rough idea of what the little thieving cat meant. There was no way the Heavenly Demon Hall would not notice him and the little thieving cat charging into the treasury. Meow. The little thieving cat gestured in front of Zhao Feng, and then it jumped onto one of the violet steel shelves. You want to help me choose something useful. Zhao Feng's face froze, and then a look of doubt appeared on his face. A moment later, the little thieving cat took out a silver dagger, all kinds of inscriptions flashing on its surface. The little thieving cat went to one of the defensive barriers. There was a silver-white band of light within the barrier, exuding a faint silver radiance. The little thieving cat used the silver dagger to lightly slice across the barrier. Swoosh! Swoosh! A hole was made in the barrier. Although the wound was desperately healing, the silver rune blade was also emitting a strange power to resist it. Swish! At the same time, the little thieving cat took out an item from the barrier. It's that simple. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded, and he sensed that the little thieving cat's silver dagger had been refined to a higher level than his own 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Through his god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng noticed that the little thieving cat's aura had weakened a little. Presumably, the little thieving cat had expended a significant amount of energy to take out an item from the barrier. The little thieving cat threw the silver-white band of light to Zhao Feng. Meow. After making a few gestures, the little thieving cat's black, gem-like eyes looked elsewhere. Following the little thieving cat's instructions, Zhao Feng brought the band of light close to the space-time robe and circulated his divine power. Suddenly, the band of light slowly sank into the space-time robe. Zhao Feng immediately used his god's spiritual eye to carefully examine it. He discovered that the band of light had divided into many tiny lines that penetrated into the space-time robe's damaged areas and repaired them. To think that it would have such a divine effect. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be alarmed. The space-time robe was a supreme quality divine artifact from the ancient era. After countless years, it was already quite flawed. And after Zhao Feng obtained the space-time robe, he had encountered many dangers, causing the space-time robe to suffer some minor damage. But now, almost all of this had been repaired. Before he had time to think, the little thieving cat threw over another item. This should be a special tool. Zhao Feng stared at the metal ball in his hand, not knowing what it was. He subconsciously sent his divine sense into it, only to discover a strange mist. Divine power poured in. Kaboom! The metal ball instantly melted in Zhao Feng's hand, transforming into a multicolored mist that engulfed Zhao Feng. Although his body was surrounded by this mist, Zhao Feng's vision and divine sense were not affected in the slightest. What's the use of this? Zhao Feng still didn't know what this tool was used for. But if the little thieving cat had personally chosen something for Zhao Feng, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Not good. Someone's coming. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the buildings and saw a figure. Another figure appeared, their target, the treasury where he and the little thieving cat were. Thieving cat! Zhao Feng called out in alarm. Swish! The little thieving cat immediately left the violet steel frame. The two of them then left the violet steel castle. The moment they left, Zhao Feng heard a cry of alarm. It really was here. The Heaven's legacy cat. 3 figures rapidly approached Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. 2 of these 3 were rank 8 ancient gods, and the red-haired man leading them was a peak rank 8 ancient god. What's that multicolored mist? One of them stared in shock at Zhao Feng, who was shrouded in smoke. They couldn't see through the mist with their eyes, and not even their divine sense could see what was inside the mist. Therefore, in their eyes, it was just a colorful mist that was moving rapidly in the void. Chapter 1334. What's that multicolored mist? One of them stared in shock at Zhao Feng, who was shrouded in smoke. They could not see through the mist with their eyes, and not even their divine sense could see what was inside. They can't see me? Zhao Feng could guess from the trio's reaction. So this tool can hide my identity. Zhao Feng instantly understood what the little thieving cat was trying to do. This tool truly was what he needed right now. Almost everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall knew what Zhao Feng looked like. But the Heavenly Demon Hall believed that Zhao Feng was a member of the space-time sacred land, so they had overlooked the possibility that he was the 9th God Eye. The more Zhao Feng understood this faction, the more he realized how much they desired and pursued God Eyes and their descendants. It was much easier for Zhao Feng to move around now, and the danger was much lower. You too, for trespassing on the treasury, you won't be able to leave today. Capture them. The 3 pursuers shouted angrily. Metal-piercing light soared. The eyes of the red-haired man in the lead flashed with multicolored light, and several golden swords that could pierce through all things shot out of them. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power and used a powerful combat skill. Chaos Origin Divine Power was extremely unique. It contained many intents and characteristics, and almost no energy could counter it. But Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Fist was only able to last for a few moments before it was pierced through by the golden swords. At this moment, a translucent lightning mirror appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. 9 heavens lightning. Zhao Feng placed a hand on the back of the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, and circulated tribulation, lightning energy, and lightning intent. Rumble. Hiss. The 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror instantly exploded with lightning energy that could shake the world. The 3 pursuers couldn't help but feel their souls tremble in fear. The world seemed to become a domain of lightning, countless bolts of lightning swimming about. That's the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. You actually stole the divine artifact. The 3 people chasing from behind immediately cursed. The 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror was one of the most precious items in the Eastern Treasury. Rumble. A ferocious bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon suddenly shot out from the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. Although the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror was 20% refined by Zhao Feng, it could still unleash a considerable amount of power. Boom! The power of the 9th heavens, lightning, clashed with the countless golden swords. 2 extremely destructive forces immediately exploded, causing the surrounding buildings to be riddled with holes. Because of that sudden burst of terrifying power, the speed of the 3 red-haired men slowed down, while Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat disappeared without a trace. Quick, chase them! The red-haired man in the lead shouted in a low voice. At the same time, 2 shocking auras appeared behind the 3 of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures, one black and one white, chased after him. The man was shrouded in black, ghostly mist, looking eerie and terrifying. The woman was beautiful, with a greenish-white mist surrounding her, making her look like a fairy. Devil Saint Deity Duo, Elder Nether Spring. The red-haired man respectfully called out. Is the infiltrator from the space-time sacred land with the heavens legacy cat? The Devil Saint Deity Duo coldly asked. I'm not sure. The person with the little thieving cat is shrouded in a 5-colored mist. We can't determine their identity. The red-haired man truthfully replied. A 5-colored mist. That's a special tool, the illusion god. The Devil Saint Deity Duo called out in alarm. Of course, this was a manifestation of ancient god Nether Spring's will. The illusion god was a special concealment tool created by the heavenly demon hull. Once it was used, it would be hidden in the mist, rendering even divine sense useless. Even an expert who was a level higher than the user would not be able to see through the mist of light. The other 3 did not know what the 5-colored mist was, as they did not know much about the heavenly demon hall's research. But from the Devil Saint Deity Duo's reaction, they could guess that this item was no ordinary item. Besides that, there's also the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. The red-haired man whispered. What? The 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. The Devil Saint Deity Duo paled in rage. In the secret hall, ancient god Nether Spring stomped his feet in anger. The 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror was an ancient divine artifact that they had obtained while exploring ancient ruins and had been sealed away ever since. This time, they were prepared to hand over everything in the treasury, including the heaven's legacy cat, to the important figures above them. Before this, they had even paid an enormous price to awaken the heaven's legacy cat and stimulate its potential. But now the heaven's legacy cat had run away, and the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror and the illusion god had been lost. After them, we can't let them go. The Devil Saint Deity Duo angrily roared. Not good. The Devil Saint Deity Duo is coming. Zhao Feng's left. I was observing the situation behind him. The Devil Saint Deity Duo were peak rank 8s, and they were samsara immortal bodies, immortal and indestructible. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he would be finished if they caught up. There's someone up ahead. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. It seems like our entry into the treasury has thoroughly enraged the heavenly demon hall. Zhao Feng helplessly chuckled. The core region was clearly the most important place, but the heavenly demon hall had mobilized so many people to capture Zhao Feng and the heaven's legacy cat. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were now being attacked from two sides. But compared to the pursuers behind them, the one in front was only a rank 8 ancient god. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat did not slow down or change their direction as they continued to advance. Someone's here. A middle-aged man with antlers on his head suddenly grimaced. He was preparing to head to the Eastern Treasury to rendezvous with the others and capture the intruder. But before he could arrive, he suddenly sensed a weak ripple of life approaching him. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat suddenly charged forward and attacked. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng punched with his left hand, unleashing several dark and chaotic fists of energy. Meanwhile, the little thieving cat swung the rune-covered dagger in its hand, creating silver blades that moved in unpredictable trajectories. Boom! The deer-horned man immediately activated his Eye of Life, causing powerful life energy to erupt from his body. At the same time, countless thick vines sprouted out of his body, forming a sturdy barrier. Boom! Bang! Crash! The attacks of Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat instantly destroyed the barrier. The remaining power of their attacks landed on the deer-antlered man's body, leaving behind a hole. But a moment later, this hole was restored by the powerful life energy. This was the powerful life energy of a life god I descendant. Heaven's legacy cat. The man's eyes immediately locked onto the little thieving cat. You're not leaving. The man rejoiced. As long as he could keep Zhao Feng and the Heaven's legacy cat here until the other experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall arrived, he would have accomplished a great deed. Just you? Zhao Feng sneered and punched out with both fists. Streaks of dark and chaotic fist lights crashed down like towering mountains. You're looking down on the Eye of Life too much. The man coldly snorted in displeasure. Countless thick ancient trees immediately appeared around his body, growing from the bottom to the top. Boom! Bang! Crash! Zhao Feng's attacks were so powerful that they destroyed all the trees. But no matter how many trees Zhao Feng destroyed, they would just grow back. At the same time, a suit of armor covered in green runes appeared around the man's body. Whoosh! The man charged at Zhao Feng, his fist exuding astonishing power. At this moment, the floating life power Upanishad around him all gathered into his fist. You're looking down on me too much. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. He was now at the peak of rank 7, and ordinary rank 8 ancient gods were no match for him. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. His left eye pulsed with eye intent, and a ball of lightning flames slowly emerged. Kakrak, a ball of tribulation, thunder, fire directly exploded on the deer-antlered man's soul. Although he didn't use his origin energy, the power of the tribulation lightning eye flame was not something an ordinary rank 8 ancient god could endure. What powerful tribulation lightning energy! A look of pain appeared on the man's face. Wood countered lightning, but he was still tormented by Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye bloodline technique. 9 heavens, lightning power. At the same time, a thick and savage lightning dragon surged out of the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror in Zhao Feng's hand. Broom! 2 bolts of lightning energy crisscrossed around the man, scorching his entire body. Impossible! The man's face was filled with disbelief. This time, the Heaven's legacy cat did not attack. Even though he had the Eye of Life, he was no match for a peak rank 7 ancient god. The man hurriedly activated his Eye of Life, and the suit of armor covered in green runes once more appeared around him. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Heaven Engulfing Palm. Zhao Feng instantly closed in on the Deerhorn man and used these two skills at such a close distance. The dark fist and the void palm collided with each other, bombarding the man's body. Boom! Bang! Crash! The man was thrown to the side, his body mangled and his aura weak. An ordinary person would have died long ago. However, his eye of life continued to flow with powerful life intent to restore his divine body. "You're too weak," Zhao Feng flatly said, his left eye slightly turning. The man was extremely unwilling, but he was powerless to retort. He was a mighty rank 8 ancient god, but he was actually defeated by a peak rank 7 ancient god in a head-on clash. "This is impossible." The man's face twisted as he struggled and shouted to himself. This momentary weakness in his mind allowed Zhao Feng's illusion Dao eye bloodline technique to invade his mind, plunging the man into a never-ending illusory torment. Such a weak will. Zhao Feng coldly laughed. At this moment, the man was deeply immersed in the illusory world, unable to free himself. As a result, his eye of life stopped working. Die! Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn, unleashing a chaotic explosion of energy. Earth-shaking nova. A gloomy ball of light engulfed the man and then exploded. Boom! Bang! The deer-antlered man's body was reduced to ashes by the explosion of the dark light ball. "Let's go." Zhao Feng felt a little smug as he continued to flee with the little thieving cat. This time, the little thieving cat was of almost no help. Alone, Zhao Feng was able to fight a rank 8 ancient god and kill him. Chapter 1335. After killing the rank 8 ancient god, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat fled. However, the two of them still had to choose a route to escape and break some traps. However, the devil-saint god duo and the others who were pursuing him only needed to follow their senses and clues and pursue him regardless of the cost. "We've caught up." The devil-saint duo god Duo laughed sinisterly. "Thief, surrender yourself." "Heaven's legacy cat, come back." Following that, the red-haired man and the others appeared one after another. It really is the illusory god. The devil-saint god duo's eyes were fixed on the multicolored mist. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside the multicolored mist, he could sense the cultivation of the person hiding inside. Thus, they were sure that the person inside was the brat wearing the space-time robe. Although he didn't know how he had gotten together with the Heaven's legacy cat, it was better this way. He would be able to catch both of them in one fell swoop. If the Heaven's legacy cat and ancient god Luoling were together, they would be in even more trouble. As if sensing the devil-saint god duo's gaze, the devil-saint god duo nodded. The little thieving cat suddenly smiled at the devil-saint god duo, and a rune-covered silver blade appeared in its hand. Tianlong's secret blade. The devil-saint god duo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Other than ancient god Netherspring, no one present recognized this divine artifact. The Heaven's legacy race had copied the celestial dragon secret blade based on the supreme quality ancient divine artifact, the celestial dragon blade. In terms of power, the celestial chain blade could not compare to the celestial chain blade, but the Heaven's legacy race had added in some other abilities during its creation process. This meant that this divine artifact was not just an offensive divine artifact, but also had other unique abilities. This divine artifact was also the greatest harvest the Heavenly Demon Hall had obtained from one of the Heaven's legacy race ruins. It was even more valuable than the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror and could be considered the most precious item in the Eastern Treasury. They couldn't help but admire the Heaven's legacy cat's insight. As long as you capture them, each of you will obtain a portion of heavenly god elixir, the devil-saint god duo immediately said. Of course, this was ancient god Netherspring's will. That brat wearing the space-time robe was rather unusual, and coupled with the unfathomable Heaven's legacy cat, it was hard to avoid any mishaps. Thus, ancient god Netherspring made this promise. As long as he captured Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat, the value of those portions of heavenly god elixir would become insignificant. Deity elixir, the other 3 rank 8 ancient gods, trembled. They had never heard of the Tianlong secret blade mentioned by the devil saint god duo, but they were well aware of the value of the heavenly god elixir. The heavenly god elixir was a treasure that all stage 9 true god experts yearned for. It was rumored that the first time one consumed the heavenly god elixir, there was a high chance that they would directly break through to the next tier. The lower one's cultivation, the greater the chance. Those under rank 6 had a 50% chance, and those under rank 8 had a 20% chance. It should be known that for some real gods and ancient gods, breaking through a level directly would save them millions or even tens of millions of years of cultivation time. Even though there was a chance of success, even if he didn't succeed, he would still be able to solidify his cultivation base and strength, and he wouldn't be too far away from breaking through. Death Aurora, Destruction Burning Soul. The other 3 all circulated their eye bloodlines and used long-range eye bloodline techniques. Primeval Shield. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his chaos divine power and condensed a dark and distorted light shield behind him. In terms of offense, Chaos Origin divine power was slightly stronger than the divine power of a rank 8 ancient god, and it would be even more effective defensively. Alas, Zhao Feng was facing a god eye descendant, and the power they used was extraordinary. Boom! Bang! Crash! After taking a few blows, Zhao Feng's primeval shield shattered. At the same time, a triangular piece of metal appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Clink-clang! The triangular piece of metal instantly transformed into a black metal plate that shielded Zhao Feng's back. The ancient god seal had now evolved into a high-quality divine artifact. It could take on any form, but its offensive power was only equivalent to that of an ordinary high-quality divine artifact. Strangely, the ancient god seal's defensive abilities were top-class even among high-quality divine artifacts, and it was almost indestructible. An item developed by the Heaven's legacy race. Through the eyes of the devil saint god duo, ancient god Netherspring was able to see a few clues about the ancient god seal. Based on his understanding, this ancient god seal was extremely unusual. As for what was so unusual about it, he would only know after carefully studying it. I have to capture this brat. Ancient god Netherspring divided the majority of his mind to control the devil saint god duo. Only by capturing Zhao Feng could he make up for his mistakes and losses. Moreover, Zhao Feng had the supreme quality divine artifact, the space-time robe, and he also had the ancient god seal. When the time came, not only would he be innocent, he might even be rewarded. At this moment, Blood Demon Escape, the red-haired man clenched his teeth and used an unknown secret art. Boom! A bloody mist erupted from his body, and then his body condensed into a drop of bloody light that vanished in a flash. This astonishing speed made it seem like he was using instant movement. But instant movement required a stable space and time to use it. The secret art used by the red-haired man was not limited by these factors. Stay! The moment the red-haired man appeared, his face paled for a moment, but when he thought about the heavenly god liquid, he immediately smiled in excitement. BZZZZ! The red-haired man activated his eyes of myriad forms, and the energy of nature surged out. The air around Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat became extremely heavy, making flight extremely difficult. Following that, another wave of frigid energy descended upon them. Countless vines sprouted from the ground and began to wrap around Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. For a moment, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were completely engulfed by the energy of nature, causing their speed to plummet. Okay. The devil saint god duo coldly chuckled as they accelerated toward Zhao Feng and the heaven's legacy cat. Little thieving cat, hurry and attack! Zhao Feng immediately urged. Just a moment ago, the little thieving cat had told Zhao Feng that it had a trump card that could deal with the devil saint god duo. If the enemy could gather together, the effect of this trump card would be maximized. Meow. At this moment, a mysterious metal plate appeared in the little thieving cat's hand. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Was this the trump card the little thieving cat had mentioned? He remembered that this metal plate was one of the items from the Eastern Treasury. At the time, after the little thieving cat had helped Zhao Feng obtain the illusion god, it had taken this item out of the defensive barrier and then fled with Zhao Feng. As for what this metal plate did, Zhao Feng didn't know. Soul grinding plate. The devil-saint god duo in pursuit stared at the metal plate in the little thieving cat's hand, their expressions suddenly changing. Whoosh whoosh. The devil-saint god duo immediately stopped. But it was too late. The little thieving cat had already thrown the plate. The metal plate landed between the red-haired man and the devil-saint god duo. Bzzz. There was a flash of light, and the plate began to spin. A dark gray mist gushed out and spun along with the metal plate, forming a dark gray tornado that engulfed everyone except Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. This is a soul attack. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye discovered that the dark gray mist was a product of souls. Ah! The red-haired man, closest to Zhao Feng, and the little thieving cat screamed. At the same time, the devil-saint god duo and the others also lost their balance, their faces contorted in struggle. The devil-saint god duo endured the intense pain in their souls as they slowly retreated, attempting to leave the edge of the gray tornado. Soul grinding plate. In the secret hall, even ancient god Netherspring's soul felt pain. This pain came from the connection between his soul and the devil-saint god duos. This Heaven's legacy cat actually took out this item. Ancient god Netherspring's face was sinister and ruthless. As the name implied, once this tool was activated, the souls of all the living beings in the area would feel like they were being grinded away by a millstone, and they would suffer excruciating pain. But this tool had many flaws. The range of the attack was limited to the area around the tool. It could not be used for long-range attacks, and the range was not very large. In addition, it was a single-use item. Damn, such a precious tool. Ancient god Netherspring felt his heart clench. The effects of the soul-grinding plate quickly disappeared. Other than a peak rank 7 ancient god whose soul was severely injured, the others were not in very serious condition. However, they had already lost track of Zhao Feng and the Heaven's legacy cat. They probably escaped the core area, ancient god Netherspring thought. The two of them had already obtained a significant benefit, and they had even been forced to use the soul grinding plate. Now that they had managed to escape, they were probably thinking of a way to escape. They couldn't possibly remain in the core area. For this reason, ancient god Netherspring ordered the devil-saint god duo and the others to leave the core area and begin their search. If there's anything strange, inform me immediately, ancient god Netherspring said to the operators in the secret hall. After doing all this, ancient god Netherspring was still worried, so he immediately released 4 samsara immortal bodies and sent them to the treasury in the core area. The core area had a total of 4 treasury rooms. The east stored divine weapons, tools, and tools. The west stored resources, medicines, and pills. The south stored the results of the research of god eye descendants. The north stored the automatons. These treasury rooms were as secretive as the secret hall, and their defenses were even stronger. Even a rank 9 ancient god would be seeking death if they tried to break into these treasury rooms, so there was no need for experts to stand guard. But something unexpected had happened this time, the Heaven's legacy cat. Thus, ancient god Netherspring had to be a little more cautious. In a certain hidden room in the core area, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were hiding in the space-time robe. Thieving cat, are you still not leaving? Zhao Feng asked in confusion. From the path the thieving cat had taken, he could tell that it had no intention of leaving. Meow. The thieving cat gestured at Zhao Feng, and then it gave a disdainful look. It was clearly saying that Zhao Feng was afraid of death. You're saying that it's very difficult for us to leave right now, and even if we leave the Heavenly Demon Hall, we'll be targeted by all the gods fighting outside, so staying here is actually safer. Zhao Feng had a rough idea of what the little thieving cat meant. Outside, the experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall were currently engaged in battle with the space-time Sacred Land's ancient god Scarlet Firmament. If he left now, he would truly be seeking death. But staying in the core area wasn't very appropriate either. Meow. The little thieving cat continued to gesture, and then it ignored Zhao Feng and began to refine the celestial jade secret blade. Zhao Feng followed the little thieving cat's instructions and began to refine the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. 3 days passed in the space-time robe. Zhao Feng had already refined the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror to 70%. At this moment, the little thieving cat jumped out of the space-time robe. Zhao Feng knew that it was time to move. After flying with the little thieving cat for a little while, Zhao Feng saw a palace of blue crystal. Treasury? Zhao Feng blurted out in shock. There was a second treasury. No wonder the little thieving cat was so unwilling to leave after getting so many benefits. Chapter 1336. Treasure Trove. Zhao Feng blurted out in shock. In the first treasury, he and the little thieving cat had obtained far too many benefits. It was hard to imagine that there was a second treasury like this. It was no wonder the little thieving cat had obtained so many benefits and still braved danger to remain here. But the other party will definitely be on guard. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Earlier, he and the little thieving cat had entered the first treasury and stolen many treasures. Even if the Heavenly Demon Hall lacked manpower, they would still send people to guard the treasury or keep watch. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to see through the blue crystal palace in front of him. Someone's here. Zhao Feng quickly gained a view of the palace and saw a figure, just a rank 7 ancient god. It seems like the Heavenly Demon Hall didn't have enough manpower, so they only sent people to keep watch. Zhao Feng softly muttered. The treasury was not a place that could be casually entered. Even with the little thieving cat's help, it would still take some effort to get in. For this reason, the Heavenly Demon Hall only sent people to keep watch. If they noticed anything strange in the treasury, they would immediately send a message. In this way, even if Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat managed to get in, they wouldn't have much time to steal the treasures before they were surrounded by the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Zhao Feng explained the situation to the little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat was still unwilling to leave, and it began to discuss countermeasures with Zhao Feng. In the end, the little thieving cat suggested that Zhao Feng first draw out all the traps and arrays in this place so that it could think of a way to dispel them. This way, they would be able to quickly dispel them, obtain some benefits, and then escape before the other members of the Heavenly Demon Hall arrived. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments. Although it was rather dangerous, it was very feasible. In addition, he had just used his see-through ability to get a rough idea of the treasures in the palace. Inside are all the extinct cultivation treasures that the Heavenly Demon Hall gathered, as well as many medicines and pills that they developed. Zhao Feng was rather excited. In his view, these medicines and pills had probably been developed by the Heaven's legacy race and then slowly gathered by the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The medicines and pills developed by the Heaven's legacy race were definitely extremely precious and potent. Afterward, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat hid near the blue crystal palace. Not long after, Zhao Feng had almost drawn out the entire structure and every detail of the blue crystal palace. The rest was up to the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe to refine the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. When the refinement of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror reached 80%, meow meow, the little thieving cat suddenly jumped in front of Zhao Feng and chirped happily. Then let's go. Zhao Feng naturally understood what the little thieving cat meant, so he stopped refining the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror and left the space-time robe. Whoosh! The little thieving cat directly jumped near the blue crystal palace. Its figure split into 2, then into 4. In the end, the 8 little thieving cats searched around the blue crystal palace. In less than 5 breaths of time, all the traps leading to the blue crystal palace had been destroyed. In the core secret hall, ancient god Netherspring had a gloomy expression. "You didn't find anything?" Ancient god Netherspring angrily roared. Even now, he still hadn't found a single trace of Zhao Feng and the Heaven's legacy cat that had escaped from the Devil Saint God duo. But just a moment ago, ancient god Luoling had smoothly escaped from his pursuit. No. The elder controlling all the surveillance devices of the Heavenly Demon Hall felt his heart tremble. Yes, the gray-haired elder hastily said. But before he could say the specific location, ancient god Netherspring interrupted him. The Western Treasury. They actually didn't leave the core area. Ancient god Netherspring's expression was extremely gloomy. He had previously determined that Zhao Feng and the Heaven's legacy cat had definitely left the core area after obtaining the treasures and were looking for a chance to escape. He hadn't expected for the enemy to still be hiding in the core area and set their sights on the second treasury. Preposterous! Ancient god Netherspring angrily roared in the secret hall. The intruder and the Heaven's legacy cat were simply too daring. The Western Treasury was filled with legendary cultivation treasures that had gone extinct long ago. These cultivation resources were almost priceless. Not even they dared to recklessly touch them for fear of wasting them. Besides that, there were also the medicines and pills of the Heaven's legacy race that they had gathered, as well as some of the important research results of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The first treasury was stolen because they were caught off guard, allowing Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat to exploit a gap. If the second treasure vault was stolen as well, it would be a joke. Return to the core area, to the Western Treasury. Ancient god Netherspring immediately took control of the Devil Saint God duo and led a few people back to the core area. In the outer region of the Heavenly Demon Hall, in a room piled high with corpses, a weak spatial ripple suddenly came from a gloomy corner of the room. Damn, that Samsara god I descendant actually has such a powerful rank 9 Samsara immortal body. Ancient god Luoling's face was slightly pale as she immediately swallowed a few pills. This dragon-bodied Samsara immortal body had once been the 43rd ranked Thunderflame ancient dragon of the 10,000 ancient races. If ancient god Luoling hadn't made sufficient preparations before taking action, she would have already been killed by that rank 9 Samsara immortal body. I still have to go to the core area. Ancient god Luoling clenched her teeth. She still hadn't confirmed whether her brother was dead or alive. Even if there was no hope of saving him, she still had to investigate the background of this faction. The longer she stayed in this place, the more ancient god Luoling realized that this faction was not ordinary and was definitely hiding some astonishing secret. That brat should be dead already. Ancient god Luoling couldn't help but think of Zhao Feng, who she had worked with before. Even with her strength, she had almost lost her life. The mysterious person she worked with was only a peak rank 7 and probably already captured by the Heavenly Demon Hall. Hurry! Zhao Feng called out. The moment all the traps and arrays were undone, he and the little thieving cat charged in. Suddenly, a powerful ripple of divine power appeared at Zhao Feng's side. A dazzling golden fist of divine might shot toward Zhao Feng. Tyrant God Fist, a tall and sturdy man with pale golden skin and a ferocious aura bellowed. You think I don't know that you're hiding here? Zhao Feng sneered. This blue crystal palace could block out divine sense, but it could not block out the see-through ability of his god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng could clearly see that this rank 7 ancient god was hiding on the side, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Clink-clang. A black shield of metal appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, transformed from the ancient god seal. The golden-skinned man was completely helpless against the ancient god seal's defenses. Gaze of the god eye. A moment later, Zhao Feng used a powerful eye bloodline technique. A dreamy abyss extended from his dreamy silver eye, exuding a powerful, soul-sucking force. Whoosh! In a flash, a part of the golden-skinned man's soul was pulled out. After all, Zhao Feng's soul was already at the level of a rank 8 ancient god. An ordinary rank 7 samsara immortal body could not possibly resist. But at this moment, a powerful and gloomy soul intent appeared in the golden-skinned man's soul. There was no need to guess to know that this was ancient god Netherspring's soul energy. Brat, you still dare to stay here? Just wait for your death. The golden-skinned man spat venomously. Ancient god Netherspring had sent this rank 7 ancient god to keep an eye on the Western Treasury. The moment there was any activity, ancient god Netherspring would immediately know. This way, he would be able to mobilize his men before the Heaven's Legacy Cat entered the Treasury. But the Heaven's Legacy Cat and Zhao Feng were simply too fast. Thus, ancient god Netherspring could only send out his own energy, hoping that his samsara immortal body could do its best to hold back Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. Humph, you can't stop me either. Zhao Feng sneered, his god eye erupting with origin energy. The gaze of the god eye immediately became much more powerful. Scoundrel, you're seeking death. Ancient god Netherspring angrily roared through his samsara immortal body. This was because ancient god Netherspring realized that even though he was sending out energy, he couldn't stop Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Damn, this samsara immortal body soul is too weak. It can't endure too much of my energy. Ancient god Netherspring cursed. He wanted to send energy to his samsara immortal body so that it could fight back against Zhao Feng. But alas, the samsara immortal body was too weak and couldn't endure too much energy. With his current soul eye bloodline technique, he can even threaten a rank 8 ancient god. Ancient god Netherspring's eyes darkened. If he hadn't acted in time, the rank 7 samsara immortal body soul would have been sucked away by Zhao Feng. Suddenly, the connection between ancient god Netherspring and the samsara immortal body was greatly weakened. He could only faintly sense that it was still alive. Within the Western Treasury, the soul of the samsara immortal body was sucked into the god-eye dimension by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng used his soul energy to wrap up the soul so that it could enter the god-eye dimension without being able to see anything. Let's go! After dealing with the samsara immortal body, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat immediately began to move. The structure of this place was similar to the first treasury. There were 4 metal shelves, and each item on them was protected by its own domain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them charged toward a ball of light. Because time was of the essence, this pair of master and pet had not only analyzed how to deal with the traps, but they had also decided on their targets. Zhao Feng took out the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror and circulated his lightning intent and tribulation lightning energy to activate it. Boom! Hiss! A massive bolt of crystalline white lightning condensed into a small snake of lightning that charged at the defensive domain. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror was a supreme quality divine artifact. And now that Zhao Feng had refined 80% of it, the power it could display far surpassed that of a high-quality offensive divine artifact. Furthermore, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror had unleashed an incomparably powerful lightning attack. Boom! Bang! Crash! After 3 attacks, the defensive domain shattered, and Zhao Feng picked up an exquisite pill covered in silver runes. The little thieving cat had chosen these primary targets, but Zhao Feng didn't know what they were for. However, the little thieving cat was a Heaven's Legacy Cat, so it definitely had a deep understanding of the products developed by the Heaven's Legacy race. For this reason, Zhao Feng trusted the little thieving cat's judgment. After stealing the pill, Zhao Feng immediately moved on to his next target. Chapter 1337. On the outskirts, the Devil Saint God duo led several experts toward the core area. Damn, that brat is still in the core area. The Devil Saint God duo were enraged. Although they were under ancient god Netherspring's control, they still had their own thoughts and will. Their defeat to the space-time sacred land's ancient god Luoling was understandable. But if they couldn't even capture a peak rank 7 junior, they would truly be humiliated. What are they still doing in the core area? The red-haired man was astonished. If it were him, after obtaining so many benefits, he would definitely leave the core area and search for a chance to leave the Heavenly Demon Hall. He didn't know if that brat and the Heaven's Legacy Cat were stupid or ignorant for them to still dare to stay in the core area. They've entered the Western Treasury. The Devil Saint God duo straightforwardly said. The Western Treasury was also their target this time. What? The red-haired man was so stunned that he couldn't say anything else. He had heard of the things in the Western Treasury, and it was rumored that the heavenly god liquid was in there. Besides that, there were many pills, medicines, and cultivation treasures no less valuable than the heavenly god liquid. One could say that the Western Treasury was the treasury that the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall wanted to enter the most. But normal people simply couldn't enter the Heavenly Demon Hall's treasury. But there was an exception this time, the Heaven's Legacy Cat. If we capture that brat and the Heaven's Legacy Cat, besides a portion of Heavenly God Liquid, each of you will also get 5,000 contribution points. The Devil Saint God duo added. Of course, this was an order from ancient god Netherspring. This time, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had truly provoked ancient god Netherspring. What? Besides the heavenly god liquid, there's also 5,000 contribution points. We have to capture the two of them. In the Blue Crystal Palace, after obtaining a silver pill, Zhao Feng set his sights on the second item. This was a light blue glass bottle filled to the brim with a white liquid. 9 heavens, lightning power. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his tribulation lightning energy and lightning intent to activate the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Rumble. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror exuded a frightening power of thunder and lightning. The interior of the palace was instantly filled with thunder and lightning, as if it was enveloped by a dense net of thunder and lightning. Very quickly, 3 crystal-like lightning snakes slithered out of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. The 3 crystalline lightning serpents coiled around the defensive formation, tightly binding it and unleashing their full power. Puff! Countless currents of lightning and energy surged out of the protective barrier. Break! Zhao Feng poured a tremendous amount of divine power into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. The 3 crystal lightning snakes, which were about to run out of energy, flickered with crystalline white lightning again. Gotcha! Right at that moment, the defensive barrier was shattered by the 3 crystalline lightning snakes. Return! Zhao Feng waved his hand and put the light blue glass bottle into his storage space. Then, Zhao Feng came to the third target. It was a crystal ball with a slightly damaged black scale inside. The last item. Zhao Feng immediately activated the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror to destroy it. After discussing with the little thieving cat, the two of them each took 3 items and left. If the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall rushed over at that time, they could only risk their lives to break out of the encirclement. If they didn't make it in time, they would find a place to hide and wait for an opportunity to leave. Boom! The protective barrier shattered, and the third item was successfully obtained. But on the other side, the little thieving cat seemed to think that Zhao Feng was too slow. After taking 3 items, it took a 4th. At this time, Zhao Feng really wanted to say that the little thieving cat's words didn't count. They're too slow, let's go. This was because of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye and the heaven's legacy cat's abilities. The little thieving cat had already figured out all the traps beforehand, so it was extremely fast to solve them. This bought them a lot of time, so much so that by the time they stole a few items from inside and prepared to leave, the people from the Heavenly Demon Hall still hadn't arrived. Not long after Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat left, a terrifying energy fluctuation came pressing down on them. "Quick!" the devil-saint-god duo shouted as they rushed over with the other ancient gods. However, there was no one left in the treasury, only the treasures that everyone coveted. How could this be? We arrived just in time. That's 9 dragon pearl liquid, heavenly fate pill. In the secret hall, ancient god Netherspring's entire body exuded a sinister and frightening energy. Those two scoundrels. Ancient god Netherspring's face was cold and sinister as he squeezed out these words. "Elder, calm your anger. They still haven't left the Heavenly Demon Hall." The surrounding operators were trembling in fear as they hastily tried to persuade him. "I'd like to see where you can hide." Ancient god Netherspring raised his head and roared. "Buzz! BZZZ!" His gloomy eyes erupted with dark yellow and sinister fog. Then, one black figure after another leaped out from the thick, dark fog. Each of these figures exuded a powerful aura. The strongest was a rank 7 ancient god, while the weakest was a peak rank 6. The moment these samsara immortal bodies appeared, they all hovered in the air in neat rows. "Find them for me," ancient god Netherspring ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the samsara immortal bodies left the secret hall. At the same time, ancient god Netherspring divided his mind into many parts and placed them on each samsara immortal body. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were skilled in concealment. Even if these low-level samsara immortal bodies got close to them, they probably wouldn't be able to sense them. Thus, ancient god Netherspring needed to control each samsara immortal body and transfer his soul energy to them. "You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings," ancient god Netherspring coldly snorted. He focused his soul energy on all the samsara immortal bodies and began to conduct a carpet search. After plundering the western treasury, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat left the core area. After traveling for a short while, they found themselves in a secret room. "Let's stay here for now." Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat planned to hide in this place for now. The Heavenly Demon Hall was still fighting with the space-time sacred land, so the Heavenly Demon Hall had undoubtedly activated its defensive array. Even a rank 9 ancient god would find it very difficult to break through. If Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat carelessly revealed themselves, they would expose themselves and become the target of everyone. Swish! Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat entered the space-time robe dimension. "Little thieving cat, what are these 3 items for?" Zhao Feng immediately took out the 3 items he had obtained from the Western Treasury. In the Western Treasury, there were actually a few cultivation treasures that Zhao Feng recognized. But Zhao Feng still followed the little thieving cat's instructions and only took these 3 items. He trusted in the little thieving cat's judgment and knew that these 3 items were definitely extraordinary. But before the little thieving cat could speak, the Black Destruction serpent dragon, who was cultivating, immediately flew over. It excitedly stared at the slightly damaged black scale in the crystal ball. "Master, how did you get something like this?" The Black Destruction serpent dragon immediately asked. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. It seemed like the Black Destruction serpent dragon knew what this black scale was. "Master, I can sense the true energy of the destruction dragon race from this black scale." The Black Destruction serpent dragon excitedly said. It only had an extremely thin bloodline of the destruction dragon race, and its true body was that of an ordinary serpent dragon, far from being a true dragon. If the Black Destruction serpent dragon wanted to evolve, there were 2 ways: through its bloodline or through its true body. However, this Annihilation Dragon scale could not only improve his bloodline, but it could also transform his body. Of course, an ordinary scale naturally could not have this effect. But the scale in Zhao Feng's hand was a reverse scale, the most precious scale of the Destruction Dragon race. It was imbued with a large amount of the Destruction Dragon race's bloodline energy. This was a treasure that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could only dream of. If this scale had not been damaged, it would have been even more perfect. Master, can you bestow this item to me? I am willing to be your mount for all eternity at your disposal. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon willingly prostrated itself in front of Zhao Feng. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a sliver of the Destruction Dragon race's bloodline, it was extremely difficult for this bloodline race to advance in cultivation. If it did not wreak havoc and obtain energy from destruction, it would find it almost impossible to advance. Moreover, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon did not have much talent. If it did not have a great, fortuitous encounter, the highest it could reach was rank 9. But this reverse scale of the Destruction Dragon race had a chance of helping it change its fate. You're a little too weak right now. Zhao Feng casually said. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon lowered its head in silence. It had not expected for its master to progress so quickly. In just a few short decades, he had surpassed its peak. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was now completely submissive to Zhao Feng. This thing is useless to me, so it's fine to give it to you. Zhao Feng spoke the truth. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bloodline was still very terrifying. If it was raised well, it would be of great help. Many thanks, Master. Then, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon glanced at the reverse scale. Wait a moment. Without another word, Zhao Feng sucked it into his God-eye dimension. Even if it was a reverse scale, it was still just a scale and it was damaged. If he could make a few more, the effect would be even greater. Meow. The little thieving cat walked up to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and patted its chest in a very arrogant manner. Brother Cat, so it was you who had Master take this treasure. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately began to fawn over the little thieving cat. It clearly remembered the powerful ancient bloodline energy that the little thieving cat exuded when it first evolved. Even its Destruction Dragon race bloodline had trembled. Now that the little thieving cat had returned and undergone such a massive transformation, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon found it even more unfathomable. Brother Cat, I was immature before, but I'll follow you from now on. Don't forget me if there's anything good. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon deeply admired the little thieving cat's methods, especially its ability to find treasures. Just like that, the mighty Black Destruction Serpent Dragon became the little thieving cat's little brother. Zhao Feng speechlessly glanced at his pet and steed. Suddenly, his expression flickered. Someone's coming. How did they find me so quickly? Inside the space-time robe dimension, Zhao Feng didn't need to use his senses to sense the nearby spatial ripples. He activated his left eye and saw through everything. So it's her. Zhao Feng's expression eased. Chapter 1338. As ancient god Luo Ling approached this area, she immediately noticed the abnormality in space. She flew straight into Zhao Feng's room and coldly stared at a certain spot in the void, but she did not act recklessly. Right at this moment, a 5-colored mist of light shot out from the void. Who are you? Ancient god Luo Ling's eyes dimmed as she stared at the 5-colored mist, but she couldn't sense anything. She didn't attack because she sensed that the person hidden in the mist was not a member of the Heavenly Demon Hall. If this person wasn't from the Heavenly Demon Hall, they could only be another infiltrator. We worked together not too long ago, but you've already forgotten about me? Zhao Feng faintly smiled. It's you. Ancient god Luo Ling's eyes froze in surprise. In her view, Given Zhao Feng's strength, he should have been killed by the heavenly demon hall long ago. But Zhao Feng had survived until now, and it seemed like he had encountered quite a few fortuitous encounters. For example, the 5-colored mist shrouding Zhao Feng was a technique that not even she could see through. Ancient god Luo Ling was also sure that Zhao Feng had obtained it in the heavenly demon hall. I advise you to find a chance to leave. Don't approach the core area, Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. He knew ancient god Luo Ling's goal, and based on the direction she was heading in, he speculated that she was preparing to head for the core area. But earlier, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had robbed 2 treasure warehouses in the core area. This had thoroughly enraged the heavenly demon hall. The core area was probably the most dangerous part of the heavenly demon hall. Even ancient god Luo Ling would be doomed if she went there. Although Zhao Feng didn't have much of a relationship with this woman, he had to thank ancient god Luo Ling for saving the little thieving cat. Thus, if he could help ancient god Luo Ling, Zhao Feng would naturally help. Ancient god Luo Ling began to think. She understood the danger of entering the core area once more. At this moment, meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat emerged from the space-time robe dimension, its intelligent and deep eyes staring at ancient god Luo Ling cat. Ancient god Luo Ling also glanced at the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat gave her an extremely unusual feeling. Suddenly, she recalled that Zhao Feng had previously said that he had infiltrated the heavenly demon hall in order to save his spiritual pet, a cat. At that time, she thought that Zhao Feng didn't want to tell her his real purpose and made it up. She didn't expect it to be true. You rescued your cat? Ancient god Luo Ling directly asked. Thank you for your help. Zhao Feng said gratefully, I'll be leaving first. After hearing this, ancient god Luo Ling turned and left. Although her expression was cold and emotionless, ancient god Luo Ling had suffered a blow in her heart. She had once teamed up with Zhao Feng, but they each had their own goals. Zhao Feng had already achieved his goal of rescuing his pet, but ancient god Luo Ling had not made any progress in her goal. Ancient god Luo Ling's proud heart had been dealt a blow, and she was rather dissatisfied. Why was it that a peak rank 7 ancient god could do something that a peak rank 8 like her couldn't? Originally, she might have listened to Zhao Feng's advice, but now she decided to try again. From ancient god Luo Ling's appearance, Zhao Feng knew that nothing more he said would be of any use, but he had already warned her, and if ancient god Luo Ling refused to listen and put herself in danger, he couldn't be blamed. Swish! Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat once more returned to the space-time robe dimension. He had already achieved his goal, and besides that he had obtained many treasures and information. All Zhao Feng needed to do now was wait for an opportunity to escape. Little thieving cat, what are these 2 things for? Zhao Feng took out the other 2 items. One was a translucent pill covered in silver runes, and the other was a bottle of white crystalline liquid. Although he had taken them directly, Zhao Feng didn't dare to carelessly take them without knowing what they were for. Meow. The little thieving cat leaped into the air and snatched the bottle of white crystalline liquid from Zhao Feng's hand. It opened the bottle and began to suck. Whoosh! In a flash, the crystalline liquid in the bottle began to gush into the little thieving cat's mouth. Thieving cat, hurry and speak. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. From the situation, it seemed like the item in the bottle was very useful to the little thieving cat. He had taken 3 items in total. The Destruction Dragon Race reverse scale was useless to him, and if this bottle of crystalline liquid was also useless to him, then all he had left was the pill. At this moment, the little thieving cat stopped swallowing the white crystalline liquid. Meow. The little thieving cat handed the bottle to Zhao Feng. After making a few gestures, it jumped to the side and began to cultivate Heavenly God Liquid, a treasure that can help one break through in cultivation. Upon understanding the little thieving cat's meaning, Zhao Feng was stunned. From the little thieving cat's description, this heavenly god liquid was a treasure that all rank 9 true god experts yearned for even in their dreams. This was because all experts of this cultivation level had an extremely high chance of directly breaking through the next rank the first time they took the heavenly god liquid. The lower the cultivation level, the greater the chance. Those under rank 6 had a 50% chance, while those under rank 8 had a 20% chance. It's a cultivation treasure of this level. Zhao Feng was both surprised and elated. He had many clones and subordinates, but none of them could keep up with his pace. This heavenly god liquid could undoubtedly increase the cultivation levels of his clones and subordinates for a short period of time. Based on how much the little thieving cat took just now, the remaining heavenly god liquid can only be used by 5 people at most. Zhao Feng's left, I began to carefully inspect the heavenly god liquid. He had 3 clones and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, so each of them could take a portion. Moreover, Zhao Feng's god spiritual I had the ability to duplicate natural resources, so he didn't care about the quantity. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the chance of breaking through after taking the heavenly god liquid. If I wait until I reach rank 8 before taking it, I'm very likely to fail. In the end, Zhao Feng decided that he would take the heavenly god liquid now and break into rank 8. Swish! Zhao Feng blinked to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's side. Little Black, this is a treasure that has a certain chance of directly helping you break through. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng took out a portion from the glass bottle and gave it to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. What? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's face froze in disbelief. Just now, seeing the reverse scale of the Destruction Dragon race was already an enormous opportunity for it. A little while later, its master came again and bestowed upon it a treasure that could directly help it break through. All of this was like a dream. Although it didn't believe it, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't dare to defy Zhao Feng's will, so it swallowed the crystalline liquid. After giving it to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Feng had Zhao Wang and Zhao Hui take a portion as well. Zhao Wan was in the ancient dream realm, so there was no rush. Whether or not I can break through will depend on my luck, Zhao Feng muttered as he also took a portion. He immediately felt a clear stream of energy spread through his body, flowing through his meridians and organs, seeping into his bones and even affecting his soul. At this moment, Zhao Feng's entire body seemed to be sublimated. Everything about him was being transformed by a strange energy. Of course, the majority of the heavenly god liquid's energy was gathered at the divine stages. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his divine power and constructed an 8th divine stage on top of his 7th divine stage. The embryonic form of the 8th divine stage was quickly completed. Zhao Feng poured the energy from the heavenly god liquid into it. The space-time robe dimension was quiet. The little thieving cat, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Feng, and his 2 clones had all taken the heavenly god liquid. At this moment, all of them were using the effects of the heavenly god liquid to break through. However, the effects of the heavenly god liquid had a certain probability of success. Whether one could successfully break through depended on luck. At this moment, in the outside world, a rank 7 samsara immortal body drifted past the room. Although Zhao Feng was cultivating, he still noticed this disturbance. However, that samsara immortal body flew right past him without stopping, so Zhao Feng paid it no mind. In the secret hall in the core area, ancient god Netherspring's eyes flashed. There's something suspicious. Ancient god Netherspring softly spat out. From a moment ago until now, he had placed his mind consciousness on all the samsara immortal bodies, searching carefully. Just a moment ago, he finally noticed something suspicious. Your Excellency, what's going on? An operator immediately asked, "I still don't know. Carefully monitor the surroundings for me." Ancient God Netherspring called out, and then he sent out a bolt of divine power. This bolt of divine power flew to the operator's screen of light and circled an area. Although ancient God Netherspring wasn't very sure, he could not let it go. He did not want to alert the enemy. The moment he sensed something suspicious, he had his samsara immortal body leave. "All of you, hurry over, but don't get too close to avoid alerting the enemy." Ancient God Netherspring ordered the Devil Saint God duo. He couldn't be sure if the one hiding in that suspicious area was Xiaofeng, the Heaven's legacy cat, or ancient God Luoling. But no matter who it was, he could not fail this time. "Something's up." The Devil Saint God duo received a message from ancient God Netherspring. In an instant, a map appeared in their minds with a target marked on it. "I hope it's that brat and the Heaven's legacy cat." The pair immediately left. They hated Xiaofeng even more than ancient God Luoling, and Xiaofeng wasn't easy to deal with. At the same time, in a certain secret cultivation room, a red-haired man was inspecting every inch of the room. Suddenly, the red-haired man took out a message token. "Found it." A look of joy appeared on the red-haired man's face as he left the room. "I hope it's where the Heaven's legacy cat and that kid are hiding. If that's the case, I'll be able to get the Heavenly God liquid and the contribution points." The red-haired man was overjoyed. Upon receiving this message, he hurried to the target as quickly as possible. At the same time, he sent the message to the other investigators. In the outer perimeter of the Heavenly Demon Hall, a massive figure was blinking through the corridors. He had the body of a human and the head of a dragon, and he had a pair of dragon wings and a massive tail. He exuded a dreadful aura that could shake the heavens. He was none other than ancient God Netherspring's rank 9 samsara immortal body, an expert of the Thunderflame ancient dragon race. At a certain moment, his body suddenly paused, and then he changed directions, blinking away. Chapter 1339. There were 9 divine stages, each representing a rank. Every time a spiritual altar was formed, it would consume the accumulated foundation of that stage. Xiaofeng had only been a rank 7 ancient god for a very short time, but in this time he had consumed countless natural resources and experienced countless battles, both large and small. Moreover, Xiaofeng cultivated the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique, a top-class divine-level technique that was steady and steady. For this reason, Xiaofeng had more than enough resources. But because he was breaking into rank 8 in secret, Xiaofeng had completely sealed off the space-time robe's dimension, preventing the worldly phenomena from descending into the outside world. This meant that Xiaofeng was unable to absorb vast amounts of heaven, earth, yuan qi. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had prepared for this, and he had accumulated many cultivation treasures. Swish, swish, swish. He took out many cultivation treasures suitable for breaking into the heavenly divine realm and began to absorb energy from them. Soon, Xiaofeng was overjoyed. At present, his 8th divine altar was already 80% complete. As he formed his divine stages, Xiaofeng could clearly sense that his divine power was constantly transforming, becoming more condensed and indestructible. His soul intent was also further consolidated and slowly rising, far surpassing that of an ordinary rank 8 ancient god. At a certain moment, Xiaofeng's body erupted with divine light that illuminated the entire space-time robe dimension. "I broke through." Xiaofeng opened his bright eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air. The greatest increase in divine power from peak rank 7 to rank 8 was followed by soul intent and the divine body. Clink-clang. The little thieving cat next to Xiaofeng threw out several bronze coins, and then its face twisted into a frown. An inauspicious omen. Xiaofeng was startled. Was breaking into rank 8 actually a bad thing? Wait. Xiaofeng grimaced, and his left eye unleashed in astonishing eye intent. A moment later, his gaze pierced through the space-time robe dimension, piercing through the many walls and into the distance. Someone's hiding nearby? Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he found two people. One was a rank 7 samsara immortal body, and the other was a rank 8 ancient god. It was not strange for members of the heavenly demon hall to appear in the surroundings. What was strange was that these people had deliberately hidden themselves. Looks like this place has been exposed. Zhao Feng's face darkened as he stood up. Right now, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wang, and Zhao Hui were still trying to break through. After all, Zhao Feng only started attacking after reaching the peak of Tier 7. On the other hand, Zhao Wang had just reached the 6th order, and Zhao Hui had just reached the 3rd order, so it would take longer for them to break through. Xiao! In the air, Zhao Feng, wearing the space-time robe, was rapidly moving through the illusion god. This was a concealment art he had learned from ancient god Luoling. The spatial ripples were extremely weak, and those of the same level would find it very difficult to notice unless they were looking carefully. Suddenly, a spatial barrier appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed again. Originally, he had planned to quietly escape without making a sound. He hadn't expected for his opponent to use a special method to set up a barrier around him. Spatial barriers could be used as a defensive barrier, but they could also be used as a warning. I can only charge through. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. If he wanted to leave, he had to pass through the spatial barrier. This way, his actions would be exposed. But at this moment, Zhao Feng had no other choice. His opponent had hidden himself and set up a spatial barrier, probably because they were waiting for everyone to arrive so that they could surround and kill Zhao Feng. Thus, he had to charge through. Although he had decided to charge through, Zhao Feng did not immediately move. In any case, passing through the spatial barrier would expose his identity. It was better to kill one of them before leaving. This way, there would be one less problem. Dish! Zhao Feng walked through the limited space for a few moments. You're the one. Zhao Feng's gaze pierced through several walls and landed on a rank 7 samsara immortal body. Swish! Suddenly, a spatial blur appeared around Zhao Feng. A moment later, he blinked through the spatial barrier and arrived at the rank 7 ancient god side. Who's there? This rank 7 ancient god was ancient god Netherspring's samsara immortal body. Ancient god Netherspring's soul intent was still in it, so it was extremely vigilant. The moment Zhao Feng used spatial blink, he realized what had happened. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng stared at the rank 7 ancient god, his left eye madly pulsing with eye intent. Kakrak, a dreamy ball of lightning flame, suddenly descended on the rank 7 ancient god's body. The dreadful tribulation, lightning energy, pierced through the rank 7 ancient god's soul and pulverized it. Humph! Zhao Feng coldly snorted as he fled. In the core secret hall, hiss! Ancient god Netherspring couldn't help but hiss. His soul intent had been entrusted to another soul body. When his opponent suffered a soul attack, he would also be affected. But ancient god Netherspring had never imagined that Zhao Feng's soul attack would be so powerful. The power it unleashed was enough to instantly obliterate the soul of a rank 7 ancient god. Otherwise, ancient god Netherspring would have been able to transfer energy so that his samsara immortal body could last a little longer. Humph! After stealing the heavenly god liquid, he broke into rank 8. Ancient god Netherspring's expression was dark and furious. Although it had only been for a moment, he had sensed Zhao Feng's true cultivation. This boy can't be allowed to live. Ancient god Netherspring called out, Elder, our people are extremely close. He can't escape. The white-haired operator sinisterly laughed. It had been some time since they discovered Zhao Feng's hiding place. Although there were only 2 people in the vicinity, there were many others who were extremely close to the target. My rank 9 samsara immortal body is rather far from here, but I don't think he needs to come. Ancient God, Nether Spring sneered. If it was ancient God Luo Ling hiding there, only his rank 9 samsara immortal body would have a chance of returning victorious. But if it was just Zhao Feng, even if he broke into rank 8, he would only be at rank 8. His rank 9 samsara immortal body would probably be captured and killed before he could even reach rank 9. Not good. Someone's here. As he was fleeing, Zhao Feng suddenly noticed that a rank 8 ancient god was rapidly approaching him. If he didn't change directions, the 2 of them would probably run into each other. Whoosh! Zhao Feng could only change his line of defense and continue to flee. However, after flying for a few breaths of time, he saw another figure. My identity has been completely exposed. All the investigators in the Heavenly Demon Hall are gathering here. Zhao Feng suddenly stopped, his eyes deep and calm. His current location had been completely locked onto, making it very difficult for him to escape. Since that's the case, I'll kill a portion of them first. A vicious light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. If he waited for everyone to gather, Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to fight against so many enemies. It was better to kill a portion of them now. Even if they all gathered together, Zhao Feng would face less pressure. Kill. After making up his mind, Zhao Feng gave up on his escape plan. Swish! His body suddenly flickered as he charged at an approaching rank 8 ancient god. Something's happening. A snakeman covered in blue scales knew through his message token that Zhao Feng was running in his direction. At this moment, he sensed spatial ripples and killing intent targeting him. Why would I be afraid of him? He's just an ancient god that just broke into rank 8. The snakeman's face was sinister and ruthless. Bzzz. His eye of life suddenly turned, and a surge of vitality surged out of his body. In a flash, the snakeman's body became extremely muscular and brimming with strength. At the same time, a savage saber appeared in his hands. Celestial lightning tyrannical slash. The blue-scaled serpent man brandished the long saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the place where the killing intent had come from. Hiss! A massive lightning saber imbued with astonishing physical strength shot forward. A moment later, Zhao Feng, shrouded in a mist of multicolored light, appeared near his attack range. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng gathered his Chaos Origin divine power into a fist and punched. A huge dark fist radiance, like a black star, fiercely blasted out. Bang! The 2 collided, and the lightning saber the snakeman had unleashed was instantly pulverized like paper. How could this be? The snakeman's mouth fell open in disbelief. Based on his intelligence reports, his opponent had only just broken into rank 8. So how could his divine power attack be so powerful? Die for me! Zhao Feng sneered as he wantonly unleashed the boundless divine power in his body. One had to realize that before he broke through, his divine power attacks were already slightly stronger than an ordinary rank 8 ancient god's. After breaking through, his divine power was even purer and more condensed, and he had received significant improvements in all aspects. At this time, Zhao Feng's divine power attacks were enough to crush an ordinary rank 8 ancient god. Boom! Bang! Crash! Zhao Feng's mighty Chaos Origin divine fist rained down on the snakeman like a meteor shower. Damn! My life source! After suffering this round of attacks, the snakeman immediately activated his Eye of Life. Immediately, endless life energy flowed out of his eyes. His battered body began to recover at a shocking speed. You can't kill me, the snakeman sneered. Firstly, he was a life god-eye descendant, and his vitality was already extremely formidable, making him very difficult to kill. Secondly, even if Zhao Feng used everything he had to kill him, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Hall would definitely revive him. This was the rule of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Those who died with merit could be revived. You can't kill me? Zhao Feng smiled. A moment later, his left eye began to pulse with intent. So powerful. The snakeman's soul instantly trembled. Earth-shaking nova. Zhao Feng immediately activated his eye bloodline technique. A chaotic sphere of starlight formed, and then descended onto the blue-scaled serpent man. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the energy within the ball began to interweave and collide, tearing apart. In a flash, the snakeman's recovered body was torn to shreds. The earth-shaking nova's attack also affected the soul, making it so that the snakeman couldn't focus for a moment. Killing him would be a pity. Zhao Feng slightly shook his head, and then he smiled. Swish! A sparkling and translucent lightning mirror appeared in his hand. 9 lightning soul refinement. Zhao Feng immediately activated his supreme quality divine artifact. The 9 lightning soul refining mirror immediately flashed with astonishing lightning energy that pierced through the body and soul. The lightning energy gradually twisted and turned into 7 lightning chains. If completely refined, there would be 9 chains of lightning. The 7 chains of lightning wrapped around the snakeman's soul with lightning-fast speed. Then, the lightning chains unleashed soul-targeted lightning power, which continuously paralyzed and ravaged the blue-scaled serpent man's soul. Withdraw! Zhao Feng controlled the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror and immediately pulled on the snakeman's soul. No. The snakeman struggled with all his might, trying to escape in the opposite direction. However, he couldn't break free at all. All he could do was ensure that he wouldn't be pulled into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng growled as he followed up with an eye bloodline technique. At the same time, the lightning energy within the 7 chains surged out, causing the snakeman's soul to lose the ability to resist. Ding-ling! The chains of lightning retracted, and the snakeman's soul was pulled into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Chapter 1340. Collect! Zhao Feng used the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror to absorb the snakeman's soul into the divine artifact. The Heavenly Demon Hall faction had many Samsara god-eye descendants. The expert, who had been trying to capture Zhao Feng this entire time, was also an eye of Samsara descendant. Even if he killed these people, someone of ancient god Netherspring strength wouldn't require much effort to revive them. Thus, it was better to take the souls of these enemies and use them for himself. The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror contained boundless 9 heavens lightning energy. It could refine the souls absorbed into the mirror into lightning soul crystals. Once consumed, one could produce a unique soul lightning that could temper and strengthen one's soul. Moreover, Zhao Feng's soul was a lightning soul body. Consuming a lightning soul crystal would give him the most benefits. This is the first one. Zhao Feng's eyes were cold. The rank 7 ancient god he killed before was a Samsara immortal body, so it didn't count as a kill. As he scanned the area, another rank 7 ancient god appeared in his field of vision. Since you all want to capture me, I'll deliver myself to your doorstep. Zhao Feng sneered as he blinked away. Who is it? The rank 7 ancient god was completely unaware of Zhao Feng's sudden appearance, and he was given quite a fright. Run! The rank 7 ancient god was well aware that he was no match for Zhao Feng, so he immediately began to run. He had only planned to get involved and earn some contribution points. He hadn't expected to run into his target before even reaching his destination. Mind Demon! Zhao Feng casually used an illusion eye bloodline technique. A ball of multicolored and gloomy light immediately invaded the rank 7 ancient god soul, causing the rank 7 ancient god to sink deeper and deeper into the demon barrier. Even if Zhao Feng didn't kill him, this person would find it very difficult to advance his cultivation in the future. Second one, collect! The 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror in Zhao Feng's hand exploded with dazzling lightning. Swish! 7 chains of lightning immediately shot out of the mirror and tightly bound the ancient god soul. After some time, the ancient god soul was absorbed into the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror by Zhao Feng. Where's the next target? Zhao Feng activated his left eye and looked around, seeing through all obstacles. Core area, secret hall. This, elder. The operator stared at the huge light screen in front of him with an awkward expression. What's the situation? Ancient god Nether Spring coldly asked. Up until now, he only knew that Zhao Feng had escaped the target ahead of time and destroyed one of his rank 7 samsara immortal bodies. That infiltrator did not flee with all his might. Instead, he began to hunt and kill the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall nearby. The operator came to this conclusion based on the information he had obtained, although it was inconceivable it was the truth. What? You didn't run away? Ancient god Netherspring was stunned, and then he began to think. With the strength of a rank 8 ancient god, there was no way he could fight back against the Heavenly Demon Hall. No matter how he struggled, he was doomed. The other party probably knew about this and had probably accepted his fate, so he decided to kill as many people as possible before he was caught. Fool! Ancient god Netherspring sneered. The people he killed were all ordinary rank 8 or even lower, so reviving them wasn't very difficult. This also meant that all the people killed by Zhao Feng could be revived. Suddenly, ancient god Netherspring grimaced. This was because one of the peak rank 6 samsara immortal bodies he controlled had caught the eye of Zhao Feng. Kill my samsara immortal bodies? That's even more foolish. Ancient god Netherspring sneered with disdain. Reviving a soul was the ability of the eye of samsara of life, and it consumed a lot of energy. If it were a samsara immortal body, the energy consumption would be half. 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. Ancient god Netherspring's eyes froze. On the other side, Zhao Feng activated the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror and began to pull out the soul of the peak rank 6 true god. The soul was unable to put up any resistance and was absorbed by the supreme quality divine artifact, the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. How could this be? This kid has already refined the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror to this level. Ancient god Netherspring blurted out in shock. This was a supreme quality divine artifact. How could a mere rank 8 ancient god so easily refine it? But now, from the power of the divine artifact that Zhao Feng had displayed, he wasn't far from being able to completely refine it. The most important aspect of a samsara immortal body is that the soul is undying and inextinguishable. Even if the soul is imprisoned by someone else, I can use a secret art to summon it back. But once the soul is refined by the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, the samsara of death seal on it will suffer a certain amount of damage. If the soul was completely refined by the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, the soul would be freed from the control of the eye of samsara. In any case, the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror somewhat countered the eye of samsara's abilities. Not good. Is it the same for the others? Their souls have been extracted by the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. Ancient god Netherspring grimaced. With the supreme quality divine artifacts of the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, and the space-time robe, ordinary rank 8 ancient gods were simply no match for Zhao Feng. Those who were targeted by Zhao Feng alone basically had no choice but to die. But ancient god Netherspring could not allow Zhao Feng to leave. If he missed this chance, there was a high chance that Zhao Feng would be able to escape. You too, hurry up! Ancient god Netherspring messaged the Devil Saint God duo. In the inner district of the Heavenly Demon Hall, a dark blue automaton, its entire body shrouded in spatial blurs, was rapidly blinking away. I still haven't noticed anything strange. That brat can't already be dead, right? Ancient god Azura Gate, who was controlling the automaton, coldly snorted. Because he had self-detonated, all the items he had on him had been destroyed, making it impossible for him to contact the other members of the Heavenly Demon Hall or the upper echelon members. There's something up ahead. The automaton's eyes twinkled with a crystalline luster. Just a moment ago, ancient god Azura Gate sensed chaotic spatial ripples up ahead, clearly signs of a battle. Swish! Swish! Ancient god Azura Gate's body flickered away as he fled. Soon, he clearly sensed a powerful lightning energy. Then, an image appeared in front of him. In a ball of multicolored mist, he could faintly make out an exquisite mirror of lightning. 7 chains of lightning extended from the mirror, binding the soul of a rank 7 ancient god of the Heavenly Demon Hall and pulling it toward the mirror. Save me! He's an intruder! The soul saw an automaton of the Heavenly Demon Hall and immediately called for help. Intruder! Ancient god Azura Gate's expression darkened. Based on his previous reports, the Heavenly Demon Hall had 2 intruders. The first was ancient god Luoling, and the second was Zhao Feng. Ancient god Luoling was a peak rank 8 and a descendant of the space-time god Ai, so she was clearly not this person. Thus, there was no need to explain the identity of this mysterious person shrouded in multicolored mist. It was Zhao Feng. He remembered that Zhao Feng was only a peak rank 7 at the time. He didn't think that he would break through. Zhao Feng, I'll kill you! Ancient god Azura Gate roared, and then he charged at Zhao Feng, exuding the pressure of divine power. In the depths of the mist, Zhao Feng grimaced when he heard these words. He actually knows my identity. Up until now, none of the people Zhao Feng had fought with knew his true identity, but this automaton had directly called out his name. From its appearance, it seemed like it had a significant grudge against him. Zhao Feng! The ancient god whose soul had been bound by Zhao Feng was also taken aback. Based on his reports, both intruders were members of the space-time sacred land. And wasn't Zhao Feng a member of the Xiling Zone's spiritual race? As he was thinking, Zhao Feng's left eye fired off a tribulation, lightning, eye bloodline technique. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. It was best to keep Zhao Feng's identity as secret if possible, but it didn't matter if it was leaked. At this point, his identity had probably not been completely exposed. Thus, this man and automaton had to die. Kakrak, the rank 7 ancient god soul, was ravaged by the tribulation, lightning energy, and dazzled. At the same time, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror exerted its power, dragging the soul into the mirror. While doing all this, Zhao Feng was naturally dodging back and forth, avoiding the attacks of the dark blue automaton. Your ancient god Azura Gate. After dealing with the rank 7 ancient god, Zhao Feng solemnly turned to the automaton in front of him. It was impossible for an ordinary mechanical puppet to have such a powerful soul aura. Moreover, the soul energies exuded by the automaton were extremely familiar to Zhao Feng. After thinking for a moment, he came to an answer. But Zhao Feng had never imagined that ancient god Azura Gate would want to kill him so badly. After reviving, he was in no rush to find a physical body. Instead, he deposited himself in the automaton and charged at Zhao Feng. Die! Ancient god Azura Gate angrily bellowed as he swung his dark blue sword. The automaton already had the strength of a peak rank 8, and its majestic sword slashes, fused with ancient god Azura Gate's space-time intent, made them even fiercer and more difficult to dodge. After I kill you, I'll store myself in your body. Ancient god Azura Gate inwardly sneered. Zhao Feng was now a rank 8 ancient god, and he was a genius who had directly become a rank 6 ancient god. If he could obtain his body, ancient god Azura Gate would be able to defy the heavens and change his fate. Peak rank 8. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He had just broken into rank 8, but he had deep reserves, profound techniques, and divine power that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. Coupled with his 2 supreme quality divine artifacts, he was basically able to thrash an ordinary rank 8 ancient god. But peak rank 8s or elites would be a little more troublesome. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng activated the space-time robe, unleashing layers upon layers of spatial blurs. Those powerful sword slashes were immediately affected by the space-time barrier and easily dodged by Zhao Feng. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Unafraid, Zhao Feng unleashed his strongest divine power attack. Boom! Bang! Crash! The battle between the two shook the heavens. What's going on? A rank 7 ancient god had arrived. It's an intruder. A nearby peak rank 6 samsara immortal body said. At the same time, this samsara immortal body revealed the identity of his master. Elder, I'll go and help capture that intruder. The rank 7 ancient god prepared to charge forward. With the peak rank 8 automaton holding down the intruder, once they joined the battle, they would definitely be able to reverse the situation. This way, they would be able to get their hands on the contribution points. Slow down. The others are all coming. When the time comes, we'll seal off this place and then surround them. The rank 6 samsara immortal body called out. Chapter 1341. Wait, the others are rushing over. When the time comes, we'll seal this place and surround them. The rank 6 samsara immortal body said in a low voice. In the end, Elder is still the one who thinks deeply. The rank 7 ancient god immediately gave a fawning smile, but he inwardly thought otherwise. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Feng had merely just broken through to the 8th tier. He was also an extremely powerful rank 7 ancient god. If he worked together with the peak rank 8 puppet, he would definitely be able to defeat Zhao Feng. However, since Elder Netherspring had spoken, he could only obey. Boom! Bang! The space of the heavenly demon hall was narrow. If not for the sturdiness of the building and the reinforcement of the formation, it would probably have been completely destroyed by the two of them. Zhao Feng's battle with ancient god Azura Gate focused on space-time intent. The two of them moved erratically, and their battle was incomparably swift and violent, causing others to be unable to react in time. You want to kill me with this little ability? Zhao Feng chuckled. He had the space-time robe. In terms of dodging and defense, he was even stronger than ancient god Azura Gate. Humph! Ancient god Azura Gate coldly snorted, his expression gloomy as he said nothing. If he was facing the previous Zhao Feng, ancient god Azura Gate had a 90% chance of victory. But now, Zhao Feng had become a rank 8 ancient god, received significant improvements in all aspects, and he had also obtained a powerful divine artifact like the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. For a moment, ancient god Azura Gate was completely helpless against Zhao Feng. Even so, ancient god Azura Gate was in no rush. This was the Heavenly Demon Hall's territory, and it wouldn't be long before the other experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall rushed over. At that time, Zhao Feng would undoubtedly die. 9 heavens, thunder power. Zhao Feng gripped the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror in his left hand, sending several thick lightning dragons at ancient god Azura Gate. Heavenly Void Steps. Ancient god Azura Gate's body flickered through the air, completely avoiding Zhao Feng's attack. In addition, he was also defending against Zhao Feng's space-time seal. Previously, he wanted to self-detonate and cause great damage to Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's space-time seal had ruined his plans. Ancient god Azura Gate had a deep understanding of the power of the space-time seal, so he had always been on guard against it. Sky-encompassing void / ancient god Azura Gate showed no weakness. He circulated his divine power and swung his sword, unleashing vast and sharp sword slashes. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng used a space-time barrier to block ancient god Azura Gate's attacks, and then he punched out several times to destroy them. In the distance, the peak rank 6 samsara immortal body and the rank 7 ancient god had grim expressions. This lad's true strength is stronger than I expected. Ancient god Netherspring sighed through his samsara immortal body. Even though Zhao Feng was relying on his 2 supreme grade god artifacts to fight against the peak tier 8-stage puppet, it was still impossible for Zhao Feng to defeat the 8-stage puppet. However, even without these 2 divine artifacts, it would still be very difficult for the rank 8 puppet to defeat Zhao Feng. In addition, after some observation, ancient god Netherspring realized that the peak rank 8 puppet was also rather different. The soul intent within it was abnormally powerful, much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 8 puppet. Elder, this intruder truly does have extraordinary strength. The rank 7 ancient god said in shock. He had just broken into rank 8, but his divine power and intent far surpassed that of an ordinary rank 8 ancient god. Coupled with the space-time robe and the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, the peak rank 8 puppet had no advantage at all. In this situation, even if he rushed forward to help, it would be useless. He truly is a genius, but a genius that's about to die. The rank 6 samsara immortal body gave a sinister smile. At this moment, 3 more people arrived. 2 of them were rank 7 ancient gods, while the peak rank 6 was ancient god Netherspring's samsara immortal body. Even if everyone attacked together, Zhao Feng's defeat was assured. But just in case, ancient god Netherspring continued to wait. At this moment, a red-haired man arrived near the battlefield. Elder, I'm here. The red-haired man messaged ancient god Netherspring's samsara immortal body. Good. Go. Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array. The rank 6 samsara immortal body sent out this message. A moment later, powerful energies began to emerge from the area around the battle between Zhao Feng and ancient god Azura Gate. You're dead for sure. Ancient god Azura Gate was elated. This was the territory of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall had already arrived to begin their operation. Only death awaited Zhao Feng. You're finally willing to come out? A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's lips. Although he was in the middle of a fierce battle with ancient god Azura Gate, the powerful see-through ability of his left, I allowed him to observe everything around him. Zhao Feng even knew what ancient god Netherspring wasn't aware of. Hisses. The area around Zhao Feng and ancient god Azura Gate's battle suddenly began to fiercely ripple in space. For illusory dragon heads fiercely charged forward and converged toward the center. In the end, the 4 illusory dragon heads collided, creating a translucent white domain. The Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array was not just a method to lock space, but also a sealing domain. Zhao Feng and ancient god Azura Gate immediately felt their space intent become extremely restricted, making it abnormally difficult to use. Space intent has been locked. The effectiveness of your space-time robe has been halved. Die. Ancient god Azura Gate immediately began to exert his strength, his body erupting with divine power. Although he was a space-time god descendant, with space locked, he could not use his most powerful eye bloodline techniques. But at this moment, he had a peak rank 8 body, and his divine power attacks were extremely powerful. Boom! Bang! Crash! Several beams of crystalline white light slashed at Zhao Feng. At the same time, members of the Heavenly Demon Hall began to appear around him. Death Light Wave. Destruction Ray. The Heavenly Demon Hall members all attacked Zhao Feng. In the face of so many attacks, Zhao Feng's space-time robe was also suppressed and weakened, making it impossible for him to defend. He could not use space intent, so dodging was also impossible. No matter how one looked at it, he was doomed. But at this moment, an enormous creature suddenly appeared at Zhao Feng's side. Its body was pitch black, its entire body blazing with scarlet-black flames as it protected Zhao Feng in the center. Destructive flames erupted from it, forming a tornado of fire. At the same time, a world-shaking ancient bloodline energy swept through the area, causing everyone's blood to freeze and their souls to tremble. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the attacks of the Heavenly Demon Hall members that touched the tornado of fire were weakened to a certain extent. These attacks then all landed on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's energy was much stronger than before. It had also taken the Heavenly God Liquid, but its luck wasn't very good. It had only reached the peak of rank 7, only a step away from rank 8. Such a terrifyingly powerful bloodline. What is that? A helper? Everyone stared blankly at the huge, pitch-black dragon, their expressions changing slightly. A Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. A Black Destruction Serpent Dragon with the bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had helped Xiao Feng endure a round of attacks. His entire body was in tatters, with not a single part intact. But without the Eye of Life, his body began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. How could this be? How could he have a helper? And a helper with the bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race? Ancient God Nether Spring stared in shock at this sight through his samsara immortal body. In the past, Xiao Feng had been forced into desperate straits several times, but he had never used this trump card. Thus, he believed that he had a thorough understanding of Xiao Feng, but he hadn't expected for Xiao Feng to have a helper. Secondly, if he could successfully capture such a powerful bloodline, he would be able to produce many important research results. But suddenly, Ancient God Nether Spring sensed danger. Not good. The peak rank 6 samsara immortal body's vision went black, and then he lost consciousness. Meow. At some point, the crafty little thieving cat had appeared behind him. The samsara immortal body's body had already been split in two, and the special characteristics of the samsara immortal body had been suppressed by a powerful sealing energy. The samsara immortal body's soul suffered a fatal blow and was immediately slain. Heaven's legacy cat. The Heaven's legacy cat was hiding nearby. The other members of the Heavenly Demon Hall immediately cried out in alarm. The Heaven's legacy cat was of utmost importance to the Heavenly Demon Hall. Even if all the research results in the treasury had been lost, they could not let the Heaven's legacy cat escape. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Xiao Feng's eyes flashed with a savage light. Attack! Xiao Feng called out, a pair of golden wings condensing on his back. Swish! Swish! Xiao Feng's body transformed into a faint golden streak of light as he charged at a rank 7 ancient god at the edge of the domain. In truth, if he had used some of his trump cards, Xiao Feng would have long ago defeated ancient god Azura Gate. The reason he had hidden so many of his cards and was stalling with ancient god Azura Gate was so that he could wait for the nearby people to show themselves. Rather than having Xiao Feng search for them one by one, wouldn't it be better to have them deliver themselves to his doorstep and capture them all in one fell swoop? Even more laughable was that these members were afraid that Xiao Feng would run and had sealed up the dimension, but now this domain was about to become their prison. 9 lightning soul refinement. Without another word, he took out the 9 lightning soul refining mirror and activated 7 lightning chains. Klingling. The lightning chains pierced through the rank 7 ancient god's body and bound his soul. Seeking death. Ancient god Azura Gate's face was enraged as he charged at Xiao Feng and swung his sword. Swish! 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 Xiao Feng used the metal lightning radiance wings and the powerful perception of the god's spiritual eye to dodge all the attacks. Without space intent, your attacks don't even have a chance of injuring me. Xiao Feng faintly chuckled as he continued to activate the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Damn! Ancient god Azura Gate's face contorted in savagery. Xiao Feng actually dared to say such big words and attack another ancient god right in front of him, completely ignoring ancient god Azura Gate. But as an Eye of Space-Time descendant, he was most skilled in space intent and rarely dabbled in any other combat skills. Collect. Zhao Feng extracted the rank 7 Ancient God Soul. While Zhao Feng was dealing with one person, the little thieving cat had finished off a peak rank 6 Samsara immortal body. Kill. After recovering, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, surged with destructive draconic flames as it lunged at a peak rank 7 Ancient God. The Destruction Dragon race was innately warlike, and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had been stifled to death recently. Now that it finally had a chance to fight, it seemed to have gone mad and began to fight with reckless abandon. Next, Zhao Feng sneered as he ignored Ancient God Azura Gate and flew off into the distance. He was now a hunter, hunting down members of the Heavenly Demon Hall in the Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array.